Il y en a quand même pas mal. Minutes, auditeurs, les budgets, les trucs, il y en a 6 ou 7 quand même. Ouais, oui, mais il n'y a rien de tout ça, c'est des choses que je le fais. Ouais. Mais il n'y a pas, il y a...
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Yes? Okay. So, good morning, and I hope you enjoyed last evening's dinner and you had a good night of rest, and a very warm welcome to the 50th ASOIF General Assembly here in Lausanne. It's not a celebration because ASOIF was founded in 1983. So it's not a special year, but it's the 50th General Assembly. And it's an honor for me to address you here today for the second time as your president. A very warm welcome also to the IOC president, Christy Coventry. Last time was the same room, June 11th, 25. You attended our General Assembly as president-elect at that time, and you took office 2 weeks later. And I must say, Madam President, you made a very strong start in the office. And the least we can say is that it has been an extremely busy first year, not only for you, but also, I'm sure, for the IOC staff, CPR, and also for quite some people here in this room. The successful delivery of Milano Cortina Winter Olympic Games, the first Olympic Games under your presidency, was an important moment for the movement. You have also demonstrated a willingness to confront some significant and complex issues and created 9 new working groups to address them. I'm not going to mention all of them, and they are all important, of course, but for the international federations, the Olympic Program Working Group, we had a discussion about that yesterday, Games Delivery, Qualifier Series, Youth Olympic Games, and the protection of the female category are probably the ones that need our very special attention. With the policy for the protection of the female category, the postponement of the Youth Olympic Games 2030 allocation, awaiting the development of a new IOC strategy for youth, and the executive board decisions regarding Russia and Belarus, you have shown courage to make the necessary changes. These have not been easy decisions, and we welcome the clarity. There are, of course, many practical implementation issues that need to be addressed, but we will work with you and with your team to identify and to work through them. Yesterday's morning presentations and discussions also showed that you want to place sport and the successful organization of Olympic Games back at the core of the IOC business, and that you are not afraid to break down taboos. It's an absolutely necessary exercise for the sustainable of the future of the Olympic Games, but we need to make sure it's transparent, fair, and sustainable. And I think the presentation yesterday has clearly shown that this is also the intention, and we very much appreciate that. But more than that, I would like to thank and congratulate you with the drastic change of approach within the IOC by allowing, through the Fit for Future consultation, an open and unbiased dialogue with and between all the relevant stakeholders. And we look forward to the outcome of the Fit for Future discussions at the IOC session next month, and we wish you success with all your future projects. And of course, we look forward to listening to you in a few moments. One of the discussions we need to have running up to the next year's ASOIF General Assembly is undoubtedly the revenue distribution for Los Angeles 28. Although it's, of course, IOC's money, I'm very grateful for your commitment to work together with ASOIF and confident that together we will be able to develop a new, fair and sustainable model for the future that recognizes the contribution of the international federations to the success of the Olympic Games. Thank you also for the strong collaboration with Pierre Ducret and his team within the IOC Sports Department. Also here we see a very motivated team that dares to think out of the box and fosters a dynamic and open dialogue with the federations, which is very much appreciated by our members. Today, we will hear more detail on how the new ASOIF strategy from our executive director later in the agenda. However, I would like to say a few words at this stage because the strategy reflects an important evolution in the role ASOIF must play today. International federations are operating in a far more complex and unpredictable environment than a few years ago. The pressure on international federations now comes from many directions: governments and regulators, commercial entities, public scrutiny, geopolitical developments, increasing complexity of match-fixing techniques, other non-sport-related expectations from the society that need to be integrated in our systems, and operational demands linked to the Olympic Games. The organization of events, and certainly international events, is becoming more and more complex, with much more requirements that need to be met. In reality, international federations are increasingly being asked to do more with the same resources, and our membership itself has become more diverse, both in scale and in strategic needs. Also, ASOIF needs to adapt in function of these development and changing demands. That changing environment was central to the consultation process we undertook with the members during the development of the strategy. One message came through very clearly. Members want ASOIF to be more deliberate, more transparent, and more forward-looking in how we represent and support the international federations. The strategy, therefore, sharpens our focus while remaining firmly anchored in ASOIF's core purpose. It's built around three strategic pillars, as you know: advocacy, influence, and representation, the first one; the second, Olympic Games excellence; and the third one, collaboration and knowledge sharing. At its heart, the strategy is about strengthening the collective influence of international federations within the Olympic movement and the wider society. It is about championing the rights, responsibility, and autonomy of international federations. It's also about ensuring that IF expertise and perspectives remain central to decisions affecting international sport and the Olympic Games. And importantly, the strategy recognizes that collective action matters more than ever. No single international federation can navigate every challenge alone. ASOIF, therefore, has an increasingly important role in coordinating, knowledge sharing, and representing shared interests, where a unified voice strengthens the outcome for all members. But again, our executive director will certainly go into more details. ASOIF is first and foremost an umbrella organization and membership association, and I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the presidents and secretary generals who have been elected, re-elected, or appointed since our last General Assembly. And luckily this year the list is much shorter because it's longer after the Olympic Games. We have Greg Easton, who was elected president of World Archery in September 2025. We have David Lapartien, who was re-elected president of the UCI in September 25. Jean-Christophe Roland was re-elected president of World Rowing in September 25. Chung Won Chu was re-elected president of World Taekwondo in October 25. Gennady Golovkin was elected president of World Boxing in November 25. And our friend Hassan Mustafa was re-elected president of the International Handball Federation in December 25. And we also acknowledge several Secretary General's appointments. Sanjoy Gupta was appointed CEO of the International Cricket Council in July 25. Ross Hutchinson appointed Chief Executive Officer of the International Tennis Federation in October 25. Raoul Kalin was appointed Secretary General of World Archery in November 25. Stefan Berg was appointed Secretary General of the International Table Tennis Federation in January 26. And last but not least, Tom Dillon was appointed Secretary General of World Boxing in February 26. So congratulations to all of you, and we look forward to work with you, of course. We have a busy but relatively standard agenda today. There are no elections this year, so we will not need to borrow our Vice President's coin this year to toss. So that's good news. And I also would like to say how much I have enjoyed working with the ASOIF Council over the last year, council that you see here, and including the new members that were elected last year, that have now done 1 year, Jimena Restrepo, Jean-Christophe Roland, and Andreas Zaklis. We will have elections again next year, so Nenad, you can start doing your campaign already. So while there are many positive developments across the movement, we should also recognize openly that international federations continue to face significant challenges. The global environment is changing rapidly. Geopolitical tensions increasingly affect international sport. Operational complexity around the Olympic Games continue to grow, and issues such as visas, athlete access, regulatory expectations, and public scrutiny are becoming more significant. This is precisely why cooperation and collective coordination are so important. One of ASOIF's core responsibilities is to ensure that international federations are not navigating these issues in isolation. We are therefore very pleased that many of our key stakeholders are with us today, and some of them even presenting, like the IOC, of course, the organizing committees of Dakar, Los Angeles, and Brisbane 32, the World Anti-Doping Agency, and the International Testing Agency. As you know, normally we were supposed to meet in Baku in the framework of the Sport Accord Convention, which, due again to the situation in the world, had to be postponed to next year. So next year, hopefully, we will be with our General Assembly in Baku. Although, of course, I must admit that it's quite convenient for me at this General Assembly to have it rearranged like last year to the hotel opposite my own office. So, or at least my office for the next 6 months, because as you know, after 3 terms as a FII president, my last term comes to an end in December 26 this year. So next year, my diary will maybe be a bit easier. That's at least what my wife hopes. And as you know, I always say optimism is a moral duty. So we'll see, inshallah. Today, we will also get an update from our new chair of the governance task force, Madam Snezana Samardzic-Markovic. I hope thank you. Thank you. You know, I try every time, and every time I get better. So the chair of the new chair of our governance task force, governance, which is, as you know, very important, and we spoke about that yesterday as well. So the governance assessment initiated by my predecessor, Francesco Riccibiti, was a milestone, but we need now to look how we can further adapt the model and the methodology to an evolving society. This reminds me also to give special thanks to the chairs and the members of the task force, the consultative groups, and the Olympic Games Commission, and to the great and motivated staff of ASOIF under the competent and passionate leadership of James Carr. So finally, thank you all once again for your continued engagement with ASOIF and with one another. The strength of ASOIF ultimately comes from the willingness of international federations to collaborate, to share expertise, and to act collectively where it matters. So we will take questions after the Director General's report, but happy now to pass the floor to the IOC President, Madam Kirsty Coventry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President, and good morning to you all, dear friends and colleagues, and dear media representatives that are here with us this morning. It is really an honor to be here with you. As Igma, you pointed out last time I was here as president-elect, and former president would consistently remind me that I only step into the president role on June 24th at midnight. So I was like, all right, I got it. So that it has been a busy year. I do have to thank all of you, and especially my team and Pierre and at the IOC. I know I've been asking everyone to run at pace. They've been doing an incredible job, and I appreciate that. So our sports movement, it's needed more now than ever. The geopolitics that we face, the events, the multiple events that continue to fill our calendar year, the expectations from all of our stakeholders that they need more, revenue generation across multiple games, all of us trying to raise more revenues. The relevance across multi-generations, technology changing daily. This is the world that we live in today. This is why the movement and the world needs sport even more today than they have before. And it's because we want and we believe in the power that sport has, that transformative power, that power to inspire hope, that power to inspire a dream, that power to simply enable a safe space for kids to just play. And I do think that all of us in this room believe that it would be a complete injustice for children not to have sport in their daily lives, because we've seen what sport can do. We've seen what sport can do for us, for our families, from a competitive point of view, but from a recovering point of view, like our president in his boot there. But just being a healthy person, a healthy human, right? We see what sport does daily. And our movement is, I believe, more relevant today because of all these things, because of the geopolitics, because of the divide, because of the tensions across our regions, because of the ever-changing technology that changes things daily for us and how we run an event, how fans engage with us, how young people engage with us. But we are, I believe, at a bit of a crossroads. And we're going to make it through. We're going to be able to make sure that our Olympic movement remains relevant. But we're only going to be able to do that if we do it together. And every single one of you in this room have played an incredible part of the Olympic family, for your athletes, for your sport, across the regions, across the globe. I know that I'm now asking all of us to essentially sit down and look and analyze ourselves in the mirror of what have we achieved, where are we today, how do we get better? But all I'm simply asking is that we do that so that we can be as strong as we possibly can, so that together we can combat all of the things I just shared, all of the geopolitical tensions, all of the consistent technology changes, all of the outside pressures that we face daily. We have to be in the best version of ourselves. We have to be the fittest we've ever been in order to be able to move this movement forward, in order to remain relevant for our children and our grandchildren. And that's not always easy. You know, the mindset of an athlete, the mindset of I need to acknowledge my weaknesses in order to turn them into strengths, in order to potentially get on the Olympic podium and win a medal for my country. That doesn't come easy. It takes a lot of work, takes a lot of time, and it takes being really disciplined, and it takes being extremely purpose-driven. And again, these are all words that are relatable to our movement, to the Olympic movement. It's what people outside, when they look at the Olympic movement, when they look at the 5 rings, when they see our sports all being played at the Olympic Games, that's what they see. They see inspiration, they see hope. They see an opportunity to play in a safe environment. They see an opportunity to leverage themselves up. And we have to be able and be ready to take on whatever comes next. We've walked a really tough journey over the last 12, 15 years. COVID, wars, massive doping scandals. And I don't think it looks like it's getting much easier, right? And we were able to weather that together. And I hope that we're going to be able to weather whatever comes our way in the next 8 to 12 years, because we are only as strong as the next person sitting next to us. I want to really thank all of you for yesterday. The feedback that has been shared with me has really added an enormous amount of value to the process. One thing that we will make sure we continue to do is have that open dialogue with all of you to allow for that process to be understood, to be transparent, and to be as fair as possible. I, again, sound like a bit of a broken record. I know that not everyone will be happy, but I do hope that you at least can see from the work that's been done that we're just trying to identify a process in which we can all thrive and in which we can all try to make the most relevant Olympic program in the future. I thank you for that. I thank you for being super open. I'm really grateful for all the feedback that you all gave yesterday. It's really, really important to have this dialogue with each of you, and it will be extremely and maybe even more important after June to have an even deeper dialogue with all of you individually and as a group, and we look forward to that. We know that the future matters, and being fit, as I said, for what we want to see in the future is a challenge, but I think it's a really great opportunity. It's an opportunity that we have to showcase to the world that we are transparent, that we are a trusted partner, that we are a genuine partner. These things matter to athletes, and these things matter to the population and to the general public. If they don't have trust in us and in what we're doing, we will not be able to remain relevant, right? We have to be able to have difficult conversations in the most respectful way, but in the most open and transparent way, knowing that we're trying to achieve the same goal. We know that the games have grown in size, and that means the complexity and the cost of those games have grown. And if we continue to allow for the games to get bigger and bigger and bigger, it also means that when we come to revenue distribution, at some point, we're going to have to start giving you less, which is not going to make you happy. And I want to make you happy, so I don't want to give you less. So it's in our best interest to find ways of identifying how we can sustain the cost and the complexity without losing who we are as the Olympic movement, without losing that inspiration, without losing that experience for you, for your stakeholders, for our athletes. That is what we're trying to do. That is what is going to help us be fit for what the future, holds. What comes next? I think we've shared that a little bit with you yesterday. We're working towards June. June is just the first step of so many. And I know that it's been said by many of you, and I want to thank also, I had a meeting at the end of the day yesterday with all the IOC members who are IF presidents, and I want to really acknowledge them because they all came and we sat in a room together and they shared really all of the conversations that you had in the room, but also in and around the coffee tables and in and around the lunch yesterday. And they did an extremely good job of sharing some of the concerns that you all may have in what comes after June. And we're going to work on those different concerns in and around the dialogue, the proper open dialogue with all of you and what that looks like individually, but also as a group. And really making sure that everyone fully understands what the criteria is and then what that end result would be. And as our president and IGMA nicknamed it, what maybe the hospital or the parachute might look like, right? What is that going to look like for some of our disciplines that may not be in the program? As I said to all of you, and I've said numerous times, the goal is not to destroy any sports. The goal is not to remove a discipline and to just leave you out in the cold, right? It's to find a way in which, yes, you may not be on the program in Brisbane, but how could we bring you back? What would that look like? How do we need to change and be adaptive to new ways of doing things? Those are the conversations that I'm really looking forward to having with all of you after June and as we move forward into making the next decisions specifically in and around the Brisbane 2032 program. And with that, I wanted to share with you, and some of you may have heard it, I know some of you, a lot of you were there in June of last year, but it's a phrase that I keep going to, or a story that I keep going to. And the 2 days before I took office, I was playing in the park with my eldest daughter. And she had taken a paper cup and she was running around and she'd filled it with leaves, and she likes to make little fairy potions and things. And then she saw a spider web and she linked up the spider web so it covered the top of the cup, and she was completely amazed when she tipped the cup over that nothing fell out. And she was looking at it and she came over to me and she explained, she's like, look how strong it is, everything's holding in place, all the little pieces of the spider web are linked together and it's not allowing for anything to spill out. And I thought, wow, that's a pretty cool analogy for a 6-year-old to understand that concept, that together we're stronger, and if even one little piece of that spider web breaks, we're completely defenseless and weak. And so it's our duty to work together to ensure that the movement remains strong. And just as much as it's our duty to ensure the movement remains strong, it's also the IOC's duty to ensure that the IFs, all of you and all of your sports and all of your federations and your athletes remain strong and thriving too. Because if you're not strong and thriving, neither are we. And I look forward to ensuring that the next few Olympic Games are a huge success. We saw the huge success of Paris, and thank you for all the roles that you played in that. We saw the incredible success of Milano Cortina, and we're going to see a huge success in LA 28. And I'm really looking forward to ensuring that we continue down that path of creating incredible environments for athletes to thrive and for generations to be inspired. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, we are very happy to have you here. It's very important for us that you are joining us at our General Assembly. And I know you will disappear at a certain stage. You have some bilateral meetings, and it's good that you use this opportunity to engage with our membership individually. So very much appreciated, and good luck with that. And we will hear later from Pierre on an update from the sports department. So I give now the floor to our Executive Director, James Carr, to introduce the housekeeping rules and technology guidelines.
Exciting, huh? So good morning, President, Secretary Generals and ASOIF members. Just a few housekeeping items to get through this morning before we begin the formal agenda. So there is Wi-Fi available in the room, and the password should be on your desks, but also I think it's on the back of your kind of accreditation as well, also shown on the big screen. While most delegates are in the room this morning, this General Assembly is organised in a hybrid format. I think we're all familiar in how to ask questions virtually now. So if you could just raise your hands for those joining online, we'll do the roll call in a moment. This General Assembly is open to the media and also live streamed on YouTube, so a warm welcome to our press colleagues, and as a reminder to the media, we will hold a briefing 30 minutes after the GA finishes in this room. We will be using Nemo Vote for the voting items today. We don't have elections, as the President says, so I'll pass over to Nemo in a moment to conduct a test vote. Delegates in the room, you'll be using your mobile phone or an iPad to scan a QR code on your desk to cast your votes. Please remember, each federation can only use one device to scan the QR code, so please decide among yourself who will cast the vote. Virtual delegates joining via Zoom will join the online voting portal. So can I just pass over to Nemo just to conduct a test vote? Aaron, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Dear delegates, we are Nemo Vote. My name is Aaron, joined by my colleagues in the back, Marco and Florian. For the voting delegates in the room, now please use your phone or tablet to scan the QR code provided to you on your desk. Once the QR code is scanned, you will be logged in to your federation's unique voting account. For the voting delegate on Zoom, now also please scan the QR code or click the unique secure link in the email you received from Nemo Vote. Once you are logged in, we recommend keeping the device and web page open. Please note that your QR code can only be used by one machine. If you're logged out, please scan the QR code to log in again. During the General Assembly, once the vote has started, the ballot will automatically appear on the bottom of your screen or under the My Vote section. You will have 1 minute to cast your vote. We will remind you when there are 30 seconds remaining and 10 seconds remaining. Please select one of the options and then click Submit Vote. Once submitted, you will not be able to change your vote. Once the vote is closed and after the scrutineers have confirmed the results, the voting results will be shown on the screen. If you need any assistance, please reach out to us or the ASOIF team. And with that, the test vote starts. We have a question? Yeah, sure.
Are we all good? Everybody raise a hand if you've got any problems. No? Okay.
With that, Marco, we can start the vote now.
You can read out the question, actually.
So the question is, do you think it is appropriate to put pineapple on pizza?
Excuse me, AV team, could you please switch the screen to the voting screen, please?
Any questions? Should we close it now? Yeah. So 10 seconds. Now we can close the vote. Close the vote. Vote is closed. So there we have the results. We have 11 individual ballots, 42% for yes and 57% for no. With that, back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So I'll now go over to the do the roll call for this morning. So I'll call out the international federations in alphabetical order of their sports or disciplines. For the delegates in the room, when you hear your IF's name, please raise your hand. For any virtual delegates joining via Zoom, please click the raise hand button. So, aquatics, archery, athletics, badminton, basketball, canoeing, cycling, equestrian, fencing, football, golf, gymnastics, handball, hockey, judo, modern pentathlon, rowing, rugby, sailing, shooting. Are they online, Junji? Yep, they're online. Skateboarding, sport climbing, surfing, table tennis, taekwondo, tennis, triathlon, volleyball, weightlifting, wrestling, and then the associate members, baseball and softball, boxing. Boxing's Tom is with the president. Okay. Cricket, flag football, lacrosse, and squash. So, President, we have 30 full members and 6 associate members, so that is more than 2/3 of the full members, so we have the quorum required according to Article 4.3 of the statutes. So back to you, President.
Thank you, James. So we now go to point 4 of the agenda, which is the appointment of the scrutineers. So now we will so the ASOIF Council, proposes Mrs. Claire Barrell from World Rugby, Director International Relations and Member Services, and Mrs. Christine Hauselman from ASOIF to be the scrutineers today to oversee all voting procedures. So over to you, James.
So I now call the vote on the appointment of the scrutineers, pass back to Nemo, and let's see if we can get this fairly non-controversial, I think.
As of right now, there are 9 eligible voters online, 12 already. Now, please use the device to log in. The vote is open now.
Maybe we have to.
30 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. The vote is now closed. Scrutineers have confirmed the results. These are the results. With that, back to you, James.
So thank you very much. The results, 27 yes, 0 no. So the appointment of the scrutineers is approved. Furthermore, according to Article 4.12 of the statutes, the General Assembly also needs to approve the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. So can I call the vote on that item back to you? And hopefully we can do this fairly quickly. Otherwise, we're going to have to revert to just hands, I think.
As of right now, there are 16 votes, eligible voters open. Now, please use the device to vote now, and the vote is now open. 30 seconds remaining. Five seconds remaining. And with that, the vote is now closed. The scrutineers have confirmed the results. These are the results. With that, back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So 28 votes in favour, 0 votes against, so the agenda has been approved. We will now move to the approval of the minutes from the 49th General Assembly held on 11th of June 2025 in Lausanne. Do you have any questions or comments on the minutes in your file? No? Okay, so I now call the vote on the approval of the minutes from the 49th General Assembly. Thank you. Back to you, Nima.
As of right now, there are 21 voters online. We are opening the vote now. Thirty seconds remaining. So we close the vote now. The scrutineers have confirmed the results. These are the results. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So 28 votes in favour, 0 votes against, so the minutes of the 49th ASOIF General Assembly are approved. Back to you, President.
Thank you, and now I invite you, James, to go through the annual report. To give an update on ASOIF strategy and refreshed brand identity. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President, and good morning again, everybody. So you have a copy of the annual report in your file. I will keep my remarks fairly brief and focus on the main activities and key developments over the past year. Of course, a significant part of our work over the past 12 months has been the development and also initial implementation of our ASOIF strategy 2026-2032. And the strategy provides us with a much clearer sense of purpose and mission. Our mission is very clear. ASOIF exists to represent, strengthen and grow the collective influence of the summer Olympic international federations within the Olympic and sports movement. The strategy gives ASOIF a much clearer mandate, a stronger institutional identity and a more structured framework through which to support and represent summer federations. It also defines how ASOIF intends to operate over the 6 coming years towards Brisbane Games. So today I will structure the annual report around our 3 strategic pillars, but before that a few words on our new visual identity. This General Assembly has a very different look and feel compared with previous editions, very orange, and with a renewed strategic direction, the Council felt it was the right moment to refresh ASOIF's visual identity. As we heard yesterday, our previous logo dated from 1993, so we were fond of it, but we also felt it was the right time for a change while retaining the element of the summer sun. Plenty of that today, of course. So we opted to keep the ASOIF name. Unlike our winter colleagues, we decided not to go for SOF. but we worked with a specialist creative agency to develop that new identity, which we feel is more contemporary, gives us that distinctiveness, and is better aligned with the direction of the organisation. So we'll now just show a short video in case you haven't seen it. And the sound. No. So Charlie Chaplin, black and white. No. Maybe. Sound guys, no? Yeah, technology's failing us a little bit this morning, isn't it? Anyway, we hope you like it, and you've got your gifts on your desk and the rucksack as well. So thanks to Christine for arranging those. So the guiding principle of the new strategy, you see it on screen: member focus, offering collective value, clarity and transparency, but also future readiness. And that strategy was published in January, but followed an extensive consultation process with the membership. You'll recall the day before the General Assembly last year, we had a very productive working session in this room. And the strategy is built around these four guiding principles, but structured around three strategic pillars. And is the slide advancing as well? Could we go forward with one slide? Oh dear. Okay, right. Advocacy, influence and representation. Olympic Games excellence, collaboration and knowledge sharing. There we are. Okay. So finally on screen there. So we have an implementation roadmap which sets out the priorities, responsibilities, timelines and performance measures to deliver on these strategic pillars. That roadmap will continue to evolve over time, reflecting the Olympic cycle and also our organisational priorities and milestones. It provides a firm basis for decision-making, coordination and delivery. So the first strategic pillar, advocacy, influence and representation. Can I advance the slides? Is that okay? Yeah. So the first pillar focuses on advancing the collective voice, autonomy and standing of the federations by strengthening representation within the Olympic movement, sport and society, and continuing to uphold governance standards. Representation matters. It ensures that the perspective and operational realities of the summer international federations are directly reflected at the highest levels. But effective representation depends not only on formal positions, but also on trusted relationships and regular dialogue. And IF and ASOIF representation across the Olympic movement has continued to strengthen over the past year. The ASOIF president, Ingmar de Vos, was elected to the IOC Executive Board at the session in Milano in February as the representative of the Summer Olympic Federations. And of course, we would like to recognise Vice President Nenad Lalovic for his service during the last 8 years. Ingmar has also joined the ITA Foundation Board, and we will hear from the new chair, Jacques Antonin, later today. FIVB President Fabio Azevedo joins the WADA Foundation Board on the 1st of January 2026, alongside ITTF President Petra Sorling and David Lepatien from the UCI. We thank Jean-Christophe Roland as he completed his term on the WADA Foundation Board. Ingmar and Petra continue to serve on the Sport Accord Executive Committee, and on that point, as referenced by Ingmar earlier, we look forward to the IF Forum at the Olympic Museum in October and to the Sport Accord in Baku next year. Finally, we'll be making our 5 nominations to ICAS, the Court of Arbitration for Sport, later in the year. We have also strengthened the frequency and structure of our engagement with the IOC leadership and the sports department, led by Pierre Ducret. Those discussions are now supported by clear agendas, agreed follow-up, actions and continued dialogue. and they really do take place in a constructive and cooperative spirit. I think Pierre might sometimes find our agendas rather long, but they're very good to frame our discussions and make sure everything's covered. And on that point, I know he's not in the room now, but I would really like to pay tribute to the work of Pierre, David, Bree, Rachel and Sarah from the IOC Sport Department for that engagement. And a good example of that collaboration, I think, was the development of the IOC policy on the protection of the female category in Olympic sport. This is, of course, a complex and sensitive areas for federations, medically, legally and operationally, but a number of IF chief medical officers made significant contributions during the development of that policy. ASOIF, we welcome the additional clarity provided by the IOC through the new policy, which demonstrates how collective expertise from across the IF community can help shape policy outcomes on issues of major importance. And we will continue that work ahead of the workshop that the IOC are organising later in 18th and 19th of June under leadership of Dr. Jane Thornton and the medical department. Governance remains one of our most established and important areas of ASOIF's work. We continue to see positive developments across the membership, which will of course be reflected in the 6th review to be published next month. We held a well-attended governance workshop in October last year, and we covered many topics, but of particular interest and importance was about the updated guidance that we published on electoral rules and processes, and we know that many federations have used that to review their rules and the role of nomination and election oversight panels. I know that a number of federations have found that guidance useful. As I said, the 6th review is nearing completion. We're looking at the 10th of June as the publication date, and all 36 members, including the new sports, submitted their questionnaires, which has gone through the moderation process, and we'll hear from GTF Chair Snetsana later in the agenda. The second strategic pillar, Olympic Games excellence, that really focuses on ensuring that. Can we go? No. Olympic Games excellence, focusing on ensuring that IF involvement in Olympic Games planning and delivery is more structured, transparent, and meaningful. And we have 4 strategic objectives in that direction, which you see on the screen, was referenced by the President a little bit earlier. And the sessions that we had yesterday at Olympic House were really a component of delivering upon those. And the afternoon session with LA was something encouraged by the ASOIF President, and we hope that your team has found that useful. We'd certainly be looking to have that as a fixed event or an annual fixture in the calendar. I think both sides found it very useful. For the Olympic Games, preparations for Dakar 2026 continue to progress, and we will hear from Ibrahima and Anik later in the agenda. But it's fair to say that the ASOIF and the federations continuing to engage closely with the IOC and Dakar across operational planning and sport delivery. The IFs, as referenced by the President yesterday, were invited to provide feedback through the IOC survey about the future of the Olympic Games, and we wait to see what the future holds there. We had that productive session with LA yesterday, and we will hear from Shayna, Nico, Molly and Jack a bit later in the agenda, so not much for me to add, just to say that Andreas Zaglis, Morinari Watanabe, Ingmar and I will attend the Coordination Commission meeting in Los Angeles next week. Just on Brisbane, I don't see Kit and Brendan here at the moment, but we continue to be encouraged by the professionalism and engagement of their team, and there's a clear understanding of the importance of sport within that overall planning and delivery model, and we'll hear from them later. As part of the strategy implementation process, the former Olympic and Multisport Games Group, which is a bit of a mouthful, has been elevated in status, renamed to the Olympic Games Committee, and with Kelly Fairweather as the chair, who we heard from yesterday. And its purpose is really to strengthen that collective coordination, communication, and also issue resolution across the Games environment. We had the first meeting of the committee in April, with the IOC participating, LA and Brisbane, and there was really strong agreement from all sides on the importance of that enhanced collaboration and structured engagement moving forward. So we're feeling very positive about that. On the third pillar of the strategy, collaboration and knowledge sharing. And that really focuses on structured collaboration across those shared challenges and priorities experienced by federations. The commissions and consultative structures that we have remain central to our collaborative model and help ensure that our work remains member-driven and relevant. We have 7 consultative groups or commissions in place at the moment. You see them on screen with the current with the current chairs, but we're currently reviewing the scope, composition and terms of reference of those commissions to ensure that they remain fit for purpose and to align with member needs. Rather than review every commission in detail this morning, what I would like to do is just highlight a few examples from over the last year reflecting the practical impact of ASOIF's work. So firstly, the Diversity and Gender Equality Commission, chaired by Sabrina Ibanez from the FEI. That commission oversaw the latest editions of ASOIF Women's Leadership programs. We had an in-person session in October last year ahead of the IF Forum. There's a couple of familiar faces. I think Anna from FIVB and Gulnora from the FEI, you attended that, and we had very, very positive feedback. We also had 2 cohorts of participants complete an online course in March and April. The feedback, and many of your people would have attended that. We had very good feedback from that, and preparations are now underway for the in-person workshop in October. And I really believe that this continues to be one of our most impactful projects, with many programme graduates now holding senior leadership and board positions. I was speaking with Petra just ahead of the meeting, and all of the females on her board, including Petra herself, are graduates at that programme. I don't think we can necessarily take the full credit, but I think it gives an example of how impactful it has been. And we often hear stories. In fact, last week, the new Minister of Youth in Djibouti, I think, was as a programme graduate. So it really is very positive. On the Sustainability Commission, chaired by David Graham of World Sailing, they hosted a workshop just a couple of weeks ago at the Hôtel de la Paix in Lausanne, and that's one of many workshops that we've held over the past year. The Sustainability Workshop brought together more than 60 participants from over 35 federations, focusing on climate risk, sustainable procurement, accountability frameworks, and event delivery resilience. We had our Development and Education Commission, chaired by Deka Niamki of UWW. They held a well-attended workshop earlier this month, focusing on coach and official education, AI implementation, development frameworks, and knowledge sharing between federations. In October last year, the Commercial Commission, chaired by Anthony Scanlon, held a workshop which generated good discussions around hospitality, ticketing, media rights, and digital fan engagement ahead of LA. Finally, just on the Global Sports Award, I remember speaking about this last year, inviting the applications. There was strong IF participation. I think we had 12 or 13 of the ASOIF members apply for that, and we congratulate FIFA on winning that. I think they received the award at a World Sports Summit in Dubai in December. So congratulations to FIFA on that. So just a final word on communication, which is really very important, and the ASOIF president has spoken frequently about the importance of that. We've tried to enhance it over the past year by sending updates from after the COCOMs, and we sent one just before Easter around the protection of the female category, Dakar, as well as a follow-up to the COCOM. Now, communication is embedded within the strategy itself and is really essential to transparency, trust and accountability. Our objective here is to keep the members informed about the latest developments, progress and challenges which affect your federation, but of course we want to strike the right balance. We don't want to overburden you with unnecessary communication. We want it to remain targeted, practical and relevant. So we hope we're achieving that balance. We are looking to enhance it over the coming months, but we'd very much welcome any views that you have. So overall, the past year has been an important transition period for ASOIF. There's been significant activity across all areas of the organisation, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank our small secretariat for their efforts. We now have a clearer strategic direction, stronger structures for representation and coordination, and a more deliberate framework for supporting the collective interests of the summer federations. So I believe that we've made a good start. Really, the priority now is implementation of the strategy, and continued engagement from the membership will be essential to that process. So that concludes my report, President. I'm happy to take any questions, and apologies for the technology issues.
Thank you, James. So yeah, we have some work for the technology consultative group to help us, but thank you for your report. Are there any comments, questions, also when it comes to my introduction earlier today? From the floor, I don't see anybody. Junji, do you see someone online asking questions? No? Okay, then I think we have to go for... We don't have to approve this report, no? No. Okay, so that gives us some time. We are running a bit ahead schedule, even with the technical issues, but let's maybe take finance before the coffee break, and yeah, over to you.
Thank you very much, President. Shall I use the clicker, or are you going to go through that? Okay. So yeah, just briefly on finance. You have the finance report in your file. I will just provide a quick overview for the 2025 financial year. You'll see the main items on screen there. So total assets just approaching 17 million. We had a net surplus of 1.07 million in 2025. And this was, of course, achieved during non-Olympic year when revenues are naturally lower. Our central projects funds remain solid at 5.22 million, so that allows ASOIF to continue supporting our member-focused initiatives and strategic projects. If we could move on, just about the audit. So once again, our audit was conducted by Forvis Mazars, and we had GAPEX as our new fiduciaries, and our audit was conducted under the ordinary audit framework that we introduced back in 2024. Now we're only required to do a limited statutory examination, but we decided to take the option of that ordinary audit with the higher standards. We're looking to you federations to improve the transparency of your accounts, so we wanted to kind of set that example. So Mazars conducted the audit, and they issued a positive opinion, which is in your files. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank the lead partner, Michael Ackerman, and his staff for that. One of the outcomes of conducting the ordinary audit is that you receive the kind of detailed report on things that you can work on, so internal control systems and financial oversight. So those are the things that we're also working on, because maintaining those high standards of transparency, accountability, and governance remain a priority. And with that in mind, we also were successful. We are now registered on the Vaud Commercial Registry. I know that many of the federations here are also on that. It was quite a long and arduous process. I think Christine exchanged quite a few documents with them where they were questioning the location of commas and full stops in various documents. But we got there, and it was registered just a couple of weeks ago. So that's good news. So just on the financial performance, maybe. Oh no, moving on the. So that was very good. Last year, the financial result was 981,000. We do have quite a conservative and diversified investment policy, but we had a good year with our two portfolios managed by UBS and a local bank, Piguet and Galland. Of course, marketing conditions during 2025 were generally favourable, which contributed to that positive financial performance. There were obviously a few things to highlight. If we just go back to I think the previous previous slide, there was no sport accord last year, as we know, so that was reflected in the 50%, only 50% of the money from that, and of course the exchange rate that has had an impact for us. It's the IOC give us an annual contribution of $1 million, but given the strength of the franc against the dollar, that is reflected in the accounts. So yeah, we continue to operate under a fairly prudent and conservative investment policy. If we just on the Central Projects Fund, continued investment in member services, which I described in my report, the organisation of the commissions and the workshop, the governance task force as well, one of our major projects. But the remaining balance in our Central Projects Fund is healthy. So that gives you a summary of the 2025 performance. So yeah, I think we now need to go to the vote for the audit.
But maybe first see if there are any questions.
Any questions, of course.
Yeah. Any questions with regard to the finances? Yes, World Athletics.
Hi. I think probably a lot of the sports in this room are grappling with the dollar and various exchange rates, whether it's euro, Swiss francs, dollar, pound, whatever. Is there anything you're doing around hedging, or is there anything that you think we could potentially do as a group to just talk about how we can kind of mitigate or start looking at setting a price range or something going forward? I just feel like probably a lot of us are doing a lot of work in this area. Thanks.
I'd be happy to hear any comments from more financial experts. For our part, as I said, UBS are our bankers, and I know that UBS are the bankers for a number of federations in this room. They have in the past organised a few seminars. Now they've obviously got an interest in some of these financial projects. We have taken out hedges. I mean, our budget is considerably less than yours, so it is obviously a risk. If there are any suggestions, then we're happy to take it on. We have relied on the outreach that the banks have done. I'm not sure if there's any other comments on that point or thoughts, President.
Well, I know that also La Banque Cantonale Vaudoise, BCV, where some federations are also providing these kind of services, and we have a request from them because they are also providing other services specifically for international federations, because the problem is not only the situation of the dollar, but it's also that in Switzerland, for making payments to some other countries, and we have members in all parts of the world, is sometimes complicated. So we could consider to organize a kind of a workshop with the banks to get some more insights. I know that some federations are hedging the dollar, but yeah, to what extent can you do that, especially when it goes so bad as it went last time? So we see, but we are looking at organizing a workshop with the banks in order to get some more insight on what we can do to not to lose too much money. And we can also look with the IOC what they are doing, because their financial risk with the US dollar is even much bigger than ours. But thank you for the question. Any other questions from the floor? From online, neither? No? Then we can go to the approval of the accounts.
Thank you, Mr. President. As of right now, there are 4 eligible voters logged on into NemoVote. Please use your device now. The vote is now open. Thirty seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. And the vote is now closed. The scrutineers have confirmed the results. These are the results. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So 27 votes in favour, 0 votes against. So the 2025 Statutory Auditor's report is approved.
Okay, so we can then move on to the appointment of the statutory auditor. I think we are very happy with the services of Forvis Mazars, who joined us in 2024 after many years with PricewaterhouseCoopers. But James, maybe you have any comments or recommendations?
No, as you said, President, we've been using Forvis Mazars for the last couple of years. I know they're the auditors for a number of federations in here as well. We've been impressed by their team. So yeah, the council has would recommend their reappointment for the 2026 accounts to be conducted early 2027. Over to Nemo for the vote.
As of right now, we have 14 voters online into Nemo Vote. Please use your device now. The vote is now open. Thirty seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. The vote is now closed. The scrutineers have confirmed the results. These are the results. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So 29 votes in favour, 0 votes against. So the Forvis Mazars are reappointed as the statutory auditor. Thank you.
So that brings us to item 9.3 on the agenda, the annual subscription, which is also an item for voting. The council met on Monday, ASOIF Council, and we had quite a conversation about it. But for this year, we propose for 26 at least to maintain the annual subscription to 100 Swiss francs. But we will review that in function of if other services are developed for the membership. It could change because now one council member made a comment that it's probably more expensive to collect the 100 Swiss francs than it brings. But anyway, so we will ask you for 26 to approve 100 Swiss francs annual membership subscription fee. Any comments or questions with regard to this point? I don't see any, so then we can pass to the vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Currently, we have 18 voters logged into Nemo Vote. Please use your device now. The vote is now open. Thirty seconds remaining. So we already have 29 out of 30 submitted votes. 10 seconds left. And with that, the vote is closed. The scrutineers have confirmed the results. These are the results. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So 29 votes in favour, 0 votes against. So the annual subscription of 100 francs is approved.
Okay, so now we go to the budgets, and we propose to take 9.4 and 9.5 together because it's a repetitive action. So, James, if you can provide some information on the budgets 26 and 27, please.
Thank you very much, President. Yes, happy to do so. So the report is, or the budget on an A3 spreadsheet in your file. Also have the actual spend in 2024 and 2025 for reference. I'll do both budgets at the same time because they're fairly similar actually. Operating income based on the 1 million for a contribution from the IOC, as I said, we've put that at applied 0.76 USD franc for this year and 0.78 for next year. That's based on UBS forecasts. I mean, it's a bit of an art, really. Forecasts, and whether they're right or wrong, who knows? But that's what we've been using. Of course, no Olympic Games revenue share in 2026, 2027. One thing just to point out at the moment, you'll see their budget 2026 sport accord contribution. We've once again put that down half, 151,000 from the 302 that we usually get. That's because of the cancellation this year, and of course with sport accord we even got to see if that kind of comes to fruition. The double effect, of course, with the cancellation of sport accord is that we incur the costs of hosting a general assembly, the hiring of this room, hotel costs as well. So expenses do go up. Not too much more to add, really, President. Operating expenses continue to remain relatively stable, just 2.2 million. That includes the continued delivery of central projects and strategic member-focused initiatives, with approximately 1.15 million allocated to each of those. So overall, the revised budget for 2026 projects a modest net result of 140,000, and for next year 331,000. So that just gives you an overview of 2026 and 2027 budgets. The draft for 2027. Happy to take any questions before we move on to the vote.
Thank you very much. So for 27, the budget net result is a bit higher than in 26. It's 331,000 Swiss francs. Are there any questions or comments with regard to the budgets 2026? No. And 2027, because we will have to vote separately on them. I don't see any, so we can now take the votes for the budget 26 and then afterwards for 27.
Thank you, Mr. President. As of right now, there are 14 eligible voters online into the system. Please use your device now. The vote is now open for the 2026 budget. Thirty seconds remaining. We can already close the vote. The vote is now closed. The scrutineers have confirmed the results for the 2026 budget. These are the results.
Thank you very much. So 28 votes in favour, 0 votes against. So the 2026 final budget is approved, and the 2027 budget.
The vote is now open. Thirty seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. And the vote is now closed. The scrutineers have confirmed the results. These are the results. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much. So 26 votes in favour, no votes against. So the draft 2027 budget is approved. Back to you, President.
Well, thank you. We are running 20 minutes ahead, which is good. So I propose now that we break for coffee and that we see each other back at 11. Thank you. Coffee break. Now.
Freedom, here I come. must mind. We're so close tonight. Do it right, do it right, yeah, babe. Do it right. I can feel your vibe, same as mine. We're so close tonight. Do it right, do it right, yeah, babe. Do it right. I can feel your vibe, same as mine. We're so close tonight. Do it right, do it right, yeah, babe. Do it right. I do it, yeah. I do it, yeah. I do it, yeah. I do it right.
Oh, I have been waiting for something to come, but nothing ever seemed to make sense, so I'm done. I hope it's not too late for me. I aim to find a place to be the coolest person you have ever seen.
Please, may I ask all the delegates be seated. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Please, may I ask all the participants be seated. Thank you.
I'll say, that's not my voice.
Thank you very much. We will continue the agenda of our General Assembly, and we are now at point 10, which is Governance Task Force. So I don't have to tell you that the Governance Task Force has played a very important role in promoting governance across the Olympic movement, and I think we can be very proud, and my predecessor especially, Francesco Riccibiti, can be very proud of the result, because at a certain moment when the Governance Task Force was created, that was a crucial moment for the sports movement to gain back or to keep its autonomy, because if ASOIF would not have taken the initiative of the Governance Task Force, most probably others, not to say governments, or other instances would have taken the lead in dictating international federations how they need to manage or implement good governance. So, and in the meantime, we can also say that quite some other organizations have taken over the criteria and the work and the result of the Governance Task Force. In the meantime, we have the 6th review that is underway, and I would like to thank all of you for having participated in it. We had a full participation of everybody. We will, somewhere in June, share the results with you, your own results, of course, so that you can have also some interactions. And we will make a publication also, I believe, in June, somewhere, the 10th of June, we will publish the results. So, but we need, as I said, this is the 6th review that is done by kind of a self-assessment, 50, now 60 questions. We have now, with the new chair of the Governance Task Force, Snežana, asked to look at the future and maybe look back at the work of the Governance Task Force and the methodology that we are using now, and maybe come up with some new ideas how we should do it in the future. But in order to give you some more insight on this, I'm very happy to invite Snežana, and I'm not going to repeat your last name, to the stage and to address us. So thank you very much, Snežana. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ingmar, and actually thank you also for pronouncing my not only name, but family name so well. As a matter of fact, I give you credit for that. So thanks for the opportunity also to talk to you, dear President, dear Presidents and Secretaries General, dear colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And as Ingmar mentioned, I will speak about 2 topics related to the Governance Task Force. First, the present situation, and especially regarding the sixth review. And second is the future of the GTF work. But before that, let me first remind you that in the fifth edition, which, as you all know, was published in 2024, for the first time, all international federations met the target score of 150 points out of a theoretical maximum of 240. And this was, and still is, quite an achievement, I should say. And to maintain this spirit of aspiration and accomplishment for the sixth review, as I mentioned last year at the General Assembly, the GTF decided to consolidate success and focus on stability. Because we knew in advance that the year after the Paris Olympic Games was a period of transition with a lot of elections in many international federations and then inevitable changes across the board. And in such a dynamic and moving context, steadiness, we thought, was and is strength. So we didn't change a lot. A number as well as the character of indicators remained identical, and the GTF had set the same target of 150 points, or 135 for associate members, for the sixth review, as we did for the fifth. The GTF also decided to retain the threshold for each group, which means 210 points for the A1 group and 185, for example, for A2 group. And this was to offer predictability and give international federations necessary time and space to empower their internal processes. And we couldn't know then for sure. But now we know, and I can safely say, I think it was a good decision to consolidate. Because it is confirmed by the results of the sixth review of international federation governance. For example, there is a clear movement upwards in ranking. I can't go into details, but the number of international federations in the group A1 has significantly increased in the sixth review. And as Ingmar said, the sixth review will be presented on the June the 10th, and you will shortly receive a link to this Zoom presentation. And consequently, you will have enough time and opportunities to study it in details. You will receive your individual moderated report. And there will also be opportunity for you to go through the individual scores, as usual. But overall, I can say that the GTF appreciates the high level of commitment shown by international federations to the project. And I'll be honest with you, considering multiple, and I would say sometimes conflicting priorities within international federations that you face, this dedication of yours is not taken for granted. It's very much appreciated by the GTF. So the ASOIF members collectively have made considerable improvements in their governance in recent years. And I can only congratulate you on the very good results. But the question is, what's next? At the governance workshop in October last year, we asked your representatives, and we learned from them some relevant points. I will mention a few of them. First, international federations support the governance assessment. And the questionnaire, which is very interesting, the questionnaire functions as a diagnostic tool for many federations. It identifies the areas for improvement and somehow guides internal modernization efforts. What we also learn is that international federations support continuation of biannual frequency of the review. Because I understand that additional obligations on international federations regarding governance would be perceived as risking diverting resources from core activities, meaning core sporting activities. So clearly I'm very grateful for this support, but as we know in life, each compliment is a short list, it's a short introduction into a long list of requests. So your support, in a way, is, I see it at least, as a proportionate responsibility for the GTF. And the GTF must avoid stagnation. We must avoid a routine, because it all might only sink the importance and priority of governance. We have to continue our innovative purpose in a way. And so to understand and make a better informed decision, one needs to see the state of affairs both in sport and at the global level. Some of this was mentioned today. But when you look at sport in the context of leadership changes at ASOIF and at the IOC, and with the new ASOIF strategy and relevant discussions taking place in the IOC as part of Fit for Future, it seems appropriate to consider changes for the future of the GTF work as well. And the world we live in today, I think we all agree, is anything but predictable. We are gradually becoming accustomed to instability and what feels like a permanent state of emergency. And when sport represents one of the very few global strongholds of international cooperation, how will this strength play out? Whether sport will attract additional investment because of its perceived stability, or it will be under extra pressure due to geopolitics. We've heard also pressure of technology, or many other things. This all remains uncertain. But one thing is still certain. In polarized and low confidence environment, trust is a competitive advantage. And strong internal governance becomes a source of stability and, of course, the source of trust. Therefore, your competitive advantage. So ultimately, the decisive question is not whether global instability will continue, but how international federations are prepared to operate within it. And let's look also what guidance we already have. Well, the ASOIF strategy is adopted from 26 to 32. And my question was, how does the GTF work contribute to the core priorities and guiding principles of your strategy? Surely, I think our work plays an important role in collaboration, in knowledge sharing. It keeps the member focus as a principle, and it does bring, I would say, collective value, even when it comes to influence. I mean, how can you make influence if you are not trustworthy? So governance plays an important role in that aspect as well. But I believe that in given circumstances, the GTF's main contribution to the ASOIF strategy and its main added value for international federations in the times to come is in readiness for future. GTF was created as a response to crisis. As I said to Francesco Riccibiti, as I said to many publicly, it was really a typical and definitely excellent response. Still a little bit reactive in its nature. But now the time is to become deliberately more proactive. Instead of responding, the approach to governance should be transformed into a proactive building of shield against risks. We shouldn't wait for the crisis to explode. The GTF should help the international federations to reinforce future for readiness for future. So, to conclude, I have proposed to the GTF members to start focusing on the following points. First, alignment with the ASOIF strategy. Second, strengthening the dimension of governance assessment as preparedness mechanism in line with the ASOIF's strategic guiding principles and priorities. So a shift from response to shield building. And third, the objective is to enhance the assessment exercise, but without adding significantly to the burden for international federations. How do we do that? As Ingmar mentioned, methodology. Keeping the same number of indicators, but replacing the ones that are achieved or perceived as achieved with the new ones, and dynamically. It's not going to be kind of steady, fast in stone, but there will be changes. Fifth, existing model of voluntary self-assessment, moderated, should remain for now, and also biannual frequency should remain. As a GTF chair, I'm independent, and I propose these strategic lines of focus as a deliberate GTF choice, not as an instruction from anyone. However, we will start working on these changes only after you, as the ASOIF General Assembly, is duly informed. Your president is informed. The plan is to keep the ASOIF Council regularly updated, and of course to keep your representatives involved in consultations. This is our way to show respect to international federations and to thank you for your continuous commitment. So, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, not to say Snezana. Thank you very much for this introduction. But I would like to offer the room also to ask questions, because there might be need to some clarifications, because it's an important part in which all the federations participate. So maybe the room has also some views on or some suggestions with regard to the next phase or the next seventh edition or the seventh initiative. So floor is open to you. would say that there, and if there are no okay, thank you, Jackie. World Athletics.
Thank you. That was a really clear presentation. Thank you very much. You used an interesting word, and I just want to check it, really. You said that the new direction would come in once the members had been informed. I don't think there's a single sport in this room that isn't doing a lot around risk anyway, with, you know, risk committees, etc. So will you inform us, or will there be like a consultation period so that we can maybe share some of the risks, geopolitical and other risks that we're all facing? I'm just not sure of how that process will go. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for this excellent question. And I know that federations are working, sometimes some of you are doing scenario development, etc. Not all, though. And then there is a good way to structure that. All this knowledge that already exists in a way, it's good to structure it through the questionnaire, for example, through the review. And I'll give you a concrete example of elections. For the moment, they are seen as governance issue as well, but it's good to have a look at it as a protection against interference, undue interference into autonomy of sport, in a way. It's not just governance. I mean, it's important for many reasons, but just a little bit like showing the difference. And for that, for example, we have already produced, as James mentioned, some guiding principles. But it could be also transformed into something more interesting in indicators, etc., etc. So on your question about the process, governance workshop used to be a very good moment when you send your representatives. We have open discussions. We have had actually open discussions also on the future. This is how it started last October. But that would be the moment. And then, as usual, this was a good practice established by GTF under Francesco too. When we try to pilot something, we of course involve federations. So, I mean, without it, we are just there to do it best for you in a way. So any kind of good suggestion is more than welcome.
Okay. Yes, please, World Sailing.
Thank you very much for a very clear presentation, and also thank you to ASOIF's leadership on this point. We had a governance reform, and we had 94% in favour to change it, and I don't think we'd have been able to do that without leaning on the ASOIF governance questionnaire. And I think it's great that the questionnaire is going to be more dynamic. My specific questions, just following on from Jackie there, is will we have a chance to input directly as the federations, as the governance problems that we're having, and perhaps we can help the change with getting those questions into the questionnaire?
Yeah, you are always welcome to send me, I mean, of course, there is the secretariat and everything, to send me the good examples and interesting kind of real risks that you feel that you are exposed to. So we don't just imagine. But I underline that the governance task force needs to remain independent in a way, and we shouldn't be or be perceived as influenced by anyone, except, of course, we are partners. So please, more than welcome to give us your examples. And finally, as I said, this is the start is with the governance workshop. When you send your representatives, you send me if you want the details, and I am personally ready to engage with each of you to discuss. That would be also very valuable. But this is kind of formal process through the governance workshop. We'll make part of the program of the governance workshop to have influence and inputs from the federations on risks. And the questionnaire, dynamism of questionnaire.
Okay, any further questions? Maybe one of me when we talk about risk, and I see that you are intending to remove indicators that are considered to be achieved. But when there is a new leadership, there is a risk that maybe these ones that have been achieved are not any longer achieved. Yeah. Is that not a kind of a risk when you take them out?
I think it's a risk. This is why I said that what is once removed, it's not removed forever. Like the next review might reintroduce, if we see the sliding, downsliding, we might be forced to reintroduce so-called achieved indicators. So it has to be dynamic. And if I may also mention one good example, I was invited by the International Table Tennis Federation to be, in a way, a witness of their own dilemmas and progress. Of course, the ASOIF gave qualified opinion on their statute, which is a good and normal practice. But this was also an interactive way to learn, in addition, the challenges and also achievements.
Okay. James, you want to add something?
Yeah, just a couple of additions from my side and practicalities as well. As the GTF chair said, we will be publishing the 6th report on the 10th of June, and we'll adopt the same kind of approach that we've taken before. We'll have a webinar in the morning, and you'll receive a Zoom link. I'll make sure that the sound does work for that session, actually. Just after that, you'll receive your detailed, moderated reports in advance of a press release being shared later in the day. And then as a follow-up activity to that, as is the approach that we've taken in the past, we'll have the individual follow-up, or offer the opportunity to have the individual follow-up meetings with the federations to go through those reports. And actually, coming back to your point, David, I think that will also be the opportunity to get some to discuss about next steps, and you can feed in your views about the shape and suggestions that a future assessment model could look like. And maybe, Snezana, actually, it might be good for you to be involved in some of them to gauge some of the feelings on things. So, yeah, just a few thoughts from my side, President.
Thank you for that. So if there are no further questions or comments, then I would like to thank Snezana again and wish her good luck with the continuation of the governance task force. And we look forward to further reports and consultations with regard to the future editions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
So now we are arrived at the point where we have the reports, and we are shuffling a little bit in the order because, as you have seen, the IOC president is still doing some consultations, and some of us will have to leave for that as well. So apologize beforehand for that. So the next presenter, I would like to invite my good friend Witold Banker, president of the World Anti-Doping Agency, to address us. And first of all, I would like to congratulate you with the new code. Has been a very thorough process, which landed last year in Busan. A very successful gathering there. So congratulations with that, and happy to give you the floor.
Thank you very much, dear ASOIF President, dear Ingmar, dear Council members, colleagues and friends. I've noticed that the previous speeches were relatively short, so definitely I feel the pressure to be as brief as possible, and my understanding that we are before the lunch. So I know you, Ingmar, so I will do my best, I promise. So I'm pleased to be here in Lausanne, of course, reporting to you, to your General Assembly once again. We are nearly halfway through 2026, and it has already been a productive and busy year for the World Anti-Doping Agency. I appreciate the opportunity to present what we've been working on over the past few months. As was mentioned by Ingmar, World Anti-Doping Code and conference in Busan. Several of you in attendance today were with us in Busan in last year, so you will witness the historic moment to the approval of the 2027 World Anti-Doping Code and international standards. This was the culmination of a years of long review process. So WADA commends all of its stakeholders, and in particular today you, the ASOIF members, who played a role in the code update. As many of you know, we intended to host 4 in-person regional symposiums this year. This was to address the unique needs and challenges of stakeholders in different regions in the lead up to the implementation of the code and standards. Unfortunately, we've had to make this difficult decision to cancel the events in Azerbaijan, like you, in the Spoda Code, and Egypt due to the ongoing conflict in the difficulties in the Middle East. We've since pivoted to a webinar series, so registration for this series is now open. So please invite your staff to take part in this important exercise. It represents a key opportunity to ensure that all code signatories are ready on 1st January 2027, when the update code and the standards will enter into force. Our various departments have been hard at work on a number of key projects and initiatives. Compliance and legal affairs are taking more audits and appeals. This is to ensure the anti-doping organizations are implementing the code in a fair and consistent way for athletes. In conjunction with the world's best anti-doping researchers, our Science and Medicine department is continuously working on identifying emerging trends and guiding key research projects internationally. Education remains a pillar of anti-doping, so our experts are currently in the midst of the critical unintentional doping projects, which we hope will have tangible results in the coming years. Athletes' engagement is a key activity for us through the work of our staff and Athlete Council, led by Olympic swimmer Ryan Pinney. We are keeping athletes around the world informed and empowered like never before. But today I would like to highlight one that has been nothing short of an astonishing success. I'm referring to the continued development of the Global Anti-Doping Intelligence Investigations Network, better known as GAIN. In my address last year, I spoke to you about the success of the intelligence investigations capability and capacity building project in Europe. This project laid the foundation for GAIN, and we recently concluded the Asia-Oceania portion of the expansion. To date, around 250 operations are currently ongoing. A total of 88 illicit laboratories have been dismantled, and almost 90 tons of performance-enhancing drugs have been seized. This represents 1.8 billion doses prevented from reaching the global market. So these are really extraordinary achievements. They confirm that intelligence-led, partnership-based approaches are crucial. So during the final conference of the Asia-Oceania phase in India in April, WADA also presented the results of Operation Upstream. This is a large-scale international investigation, has so far involved more than 20 countries and led to the seizure of several tons of performance-enhancing drugs coordinated by WADA, Interpol and Europol. So in what has been a highly complex transcontinental investigation. So let me take this opportunity to show you a video about what Operation Upstream has achieved. So, gentlemen, could you play the video?
Across the world, a hidden supply chain fuels the illicit market for performance-enhancing drugs. From powerful kingpin suppliers in Asia to customers across continents. This global pipeline has grown in scale, sophistication, and the risk it poses. In March 2022, at the first GAIN project workshop in Warsaw, a new idea began to take shape. Opened by WADA President Witold Bańka in his home city, The workshop brought together global experts who recognized a troubling pattern and the potential for a solution through joint anti-doping and law enforcement cooperation, as well as capacity and capability building. WADA partnered with Europol to launch Phase 1 of a new initiative. The impact was immediate. Significant seizures across Europe. Something bigger was emerging. Across more than 20 countries, seizures pointed to the same recurring kingpin suppliers in Asia. Intelligence sharing accelerated. Awareness grew. And for the first time, authorities saw a chance to get ahead. WADA and Interpol then launched Operation Upstream, with Europol's continued support. A joint global effort aimed not only at intercepting shipments, but at striking the source. Through unprecedented intelligence sharing, Operation Upstream shifted the focus to the kingpin suppliers themselves and the trafficking hubs they relied on. The results were significant. In Europe alone, more than 25 tons of performance-enhancing drugs linked to a single operator were seized. The operation also led to the 2 largest individual seizures ever recorded, each totaling around 9 tons, as well as the disruption of an overlapping trade in illicit pharmaceuticals. Sports-specific initiatives followed, including intelligence-led collaboration with Major League Baseball and targeted efforts in Latin American baseball hotspots. Chinese authorities took decisive action, cutting off the supply of raw performance-enhancing drug powders to known kingpin operators. Globally, 35 illicit laboratories were raided and shut down. Since Warsaw, Gaian-linked operations have reached 250 worldwide, resulting in the seizure of 90 tons of performance-enhancing drugs, the equivalent of 1.8 billion doses removed from society, from gyms and streets to the world of sport. A significant milestone, but only the beginning. As Gaian expands into Latin America and Africa, Operation Upstream continues to push further upstream, dismantling networks, protecting athletes, and safeguarding the integrity of sport. Together, we are disrupting the global supply of doping substances and protecting the future of clean sport.
So, WADA is incredibly proud of what Operation Upstream has achieved today. I have no doubt that this is just the beginning, and the GAIN project is a testament to what we can achieve when we work together. So, by moving forward collaboratively with the support of all stakeholders, we can achieve great things, and I think the GAIN is a clear proof of that. Another example of the power of collaboration and unity was what we witnessed in Italy in February. It was the absolute pleasure to attend the event and watch the world's best winter athletes reach the pinnacle of their sports. I take this opportunity to congratulate the IOC and IOC President Kirsty Coventry, and of course the organizing committee of the Milano Cortina for a spectacular display of elite sport. It was a pleasure to be part of this fantastic games as WADA. So the bar continues to be set higher every 2 years. And I would like to also congratulate Kirsty and the IOC on its continued work around the Fit for the Future process. From the anti-doping perspective, of course, WADA is ready to support IOC in this important endeavor. We look forward to hearing about the next steps of this process at the IOC session at the end of June. Despite all the good work being done by the organizations in the room today, we still have obstacles we must face together. Over the weekend, you will have seen that the enhanced games took place in Las Vegas. This is the event in the United States that permits the use of substances and methods that are prohibited in compliant sports, as it has done consistently since the start. WADA condemns the enhanced games as a dangerous and irresponsible concept. The health and well-being of athletes remains the WADA's top priority. So this event flies in the face of of WADA's values and those of the wider sport movement. Over the years, there have been many examples of athletes suffering serious long-term side effects from the use of prohibited substances and methods, and some have even died. So over the past year and in the lead-up to this weekend, WADA has been appreciative of your support in condemning this concept. That type of unity is what will carry us forward in the months and years ahead. In a time of great uncertainty, sport can always be and will be an unifying force. ASOIF and your member federations play a vital role in the protection of clean sport, and WADA is grateful for your continued dedication and commitment from our headquarters in Montreal, Canada, and through our sport movement relations department located in the European office here in Lausanne. We really stand ready to support you at every turn. And together we can continue to build a harmonized and transparent system that serves our most important stakeholders, of course, the athletes of the world. They are the reason we do what we do, and then they will continue to be driving force behind every decision we take. So going forward, WADA continues to pledge that we are fully dedicated to protecting the integrity of sport, and this worthy cause in one of we can all relate to. So, and it is by working together that we will achieve our shared objectives. So, once again, thank you for your commitment and your support and fantastic collaboration. So, thank you very much for this opportunity to be with you here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Witold. Please stay with us, and again, congratulations with that video. It's very impressive to visualize what you were saying about this operation upstream. I don't know, because World Anti-Doping Agency and the work it's doing for the sports movement is very important, so I would like to ask if there are any questions from the floor. And if there are not, I have one, is because our international federations are investing a lot in fight against doping, and it's a big part of the budget. Some federations, even where the sport is at high risk for doping, it's very important parts of the budget. My question is, and we have spoken about this already in the executive committee, is where do we stand with the research to find methods to identify doping that are less expensive than the ones that we are using today? Is there any progress there? Is there any news from that part, from that side?
It's a very difficult question, and I have no basic and simple answer. Of course, I agree with you that anti-doping becomes more and more expensive. You know, cheats are more and more sophisticated, so we need to invest more money to be effective. So, to be frank, of course, we are exploring new possibilities, new methods, working very hard, investing a lot on the big portion of our budget on science. But, you know, I cannot tell you now that we're gonna, you know, diminish the financial pressure in area of anti-doping. It's I think to be fair with you, it will even grow in the next years. But of course. You know, as a global anti-doping regulator, we are working hard on to find the new effective methods to detect more effectively those who are cheating the system. I'm not sure whether you are happy with my answer, but,
No, but
I was honest
know
with
there
it.
is this research for the dry blood spot, and,
Yeah, yeah.
and I understand. I'm not a specialist, but I understand that it would be much efficient and would allow much more testing for the
This
same
is a good
amount of
method,
money.
but the DBS will not replace the regular one methods. Can be a good additional method, but maybe in the future, but not for in the next years for sure.
Thank you, Andreas.
Yes, thank you, President Banca. I think the operation upstream is crucial for the fight against doping. I wanted to congratulate you because you just heard from the President. We have all focused on only one, primarily, of the 8 possible anti-doping rule violations. You know, finding the prohibited substance in the sample, and now you're taking a lot of investment into others, like administration, trafficking, etc. I have 2 questions. One, you said we would like to work together. I understand you have Europol and Interpol cooperations in that. How do you cooperate for this type of operations with international federations, or how you would like in the future to cooperate with us? And the second question is, in this respect, through this operation, are there statistics? How many people that have a membership status with us, athletes, coaches, entourage, licensed agents, or other administrators, have been caught? Because the prosecution is difficult. It's not like with the presence, we have all the legal constructs there. Prosecution here is much more difficult. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very good question, actually. Most of course, the operation is confidential, but I can tell you that there are unfortunately many athletes and coaches, and you know, from the entourage, people who are in the entourage in sport involved in the criminal networks groups. The investigations are pending, but we've already received many informations about the data of the athletes who were, I would say, clients and who are even involved in these criminal networks groups. And I have to say that this trafficking of PEDs, in accordance with the information which we have for the law enforcement, becomes more and more profitable and even better than the trafficking of drugs, because it's harder to detect the PEDs and it's not so, it's paradoxically more difficult than the regular drugs, like, you know, cocaine or other drugs. So yeah, so those investigations are very complicated, but the majority of the PEDs are going to the gym goers, to the amateur sports, which shows the problem in the world with using the illegal steroids by the amateur athletes or those who wants to be fit. But there is a part of the clients who are international athletes, who are regional athletes, who are part of the many disciplines. But as you mentioned very well, the investigation is more complicated, you know. But even in my country, there are some athletes who are the members of the team sports who are involved now. We have the information in the criminal networks group. So this is a really broader perspective, and it touches not only sports, but the society, as I said, gym goers. The project is dedicated to the national anti-doping agencies, the customs, the law enforcement agencies, plus the Interpol, Europol. And I think it's a very good idea that to involve more the sports federations in this, and especially those who have some intelligence investigations department, to share the informations. And I think it's already this collaboration is already working with some of the federations, but I think it's a very good to involve more federations, and especially when we know that some of these drugs are going to the users from your disciplines.
Thank you, Jackie.
Hi, thanks for that. Just 2 things. One, are you able to share that film? Because I do think actually exposing the problem it might be quite helpful for quite a lot of the federations. You know, it seems to be quite small. We all spend a lot of money on it. And the second, slightly facetious, but have you thought about doing a Netflix docu-series on that? It's dramatic. You can, have you looked at that? Because it would help all of us for people to really, for people to really see the scale of the problem and what surrounds an athlete when they, make decisions that they make. And if not, we can help.
Yeah, definitely we want to, how to say, strengthen our communication, because sometimes mentioning the figures, okay, it's mind-blowing, but to picture it, it's better. So yeah, we have some, I can tell you that we've launched another operation, which is at the first stage in the Americas. So for sure it's going to be very well documented. So I'm more than happy to share the video with you, and the video about the GAIN project, and concretely about the operation upstream. And of course, we will invest more on how to properly and effectively communicate the work of, especially of the law enforcement, because of course, WADA unfortunately doesn't have these powers like law enforcement. And we of course rely on their actions, but as you may have seen, it's working very well with our intelligence of NADOS, and our information. We are giving them the ready actions actually.
Thank you. And then we have a question from Thomas Lund.
Thank you very much, and maybe as much a comment as a reflection. On the very good work here is quite impressive, and congratulations, President Dange, that on the diversification of even more activities across now also the international corporations, the upstream process, and it just kind of made me think about a reflection when looking at our agenda today, because it's incredibly important, the awareness building that the speech you made here today and the questions we're asking, and how we then identify ourselves with this big problem of sport generally. But the reflection is really that there is probably one thing that is missing, and don't worry, I'm not suggesting water should differentiate you into match fixing, but it's probably something that made me reflect that whatever is, there's many similarities here, and we have two cheating kind of things within sport. One is obviously anti-doping, a very mature system, a very mature operations you're having, and very impressive, I have to say. But there's something missing here in our awareness building on that topic. It's not on the agenda today, which is not a criticism, by the way, but it's maybe a reflection on we're missing something in terms of structure, in terms of international cooperation. I know it's something that Interpol, but it's a little bit going under the radar of our governance and our formal procedures. And sorry to bring it in here. I think it's just there's a reflection and a parallel here that is quite interesting from your very good presentation. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much for this reflection. Something which came to my mind, it's because the sports federations alone without governments will not achieve the mission. I think what we can do is to put a bigger pressure on the governments, on the law enforcement, what we are doing actually. And this Operation Ups is a fantastic example, because we identified where is the biggest producer in the world of these performance-enhancing drugs. So we know it's in India. We know who is this gentleman, what is he doing. So we are putting the pressure on the law enforcement and the police to act. It's of course complicated. You can imagine that the biggest part of activity of this person is legal. So it's it's not easy for the authorities to act, but we have some information. We are putting a lot of pressure on them, and then with these actions, with the law enforcement, we can go to the governments and to say this is amazing. This is a really mind-blowing problem. A few years ago, we didn't expect that this is such a big problem in the world, but I can tell you this 1.8. It's already. Fresh data is even bigger now. We have to update it. So almost every day we taking into account the number of operations. We have new data, and it's just a small portion of the market. So this almost 2 billion of illicit of the illegal steroids packages in the world. So so we can imagine how big is the problem. But I think it's our role, sports federations' role, and WADA's role is to put the bigger pressure on the governments and the law enforcement agencies to act strongly and to fight effectively with the problem.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I see Brent from World Aquatics.
Thank you, Mr. President. President Banca, not so much a question, rather a comment, one of thanks to you and your team for, let's say, the collaboration and cooperation in fighting the enhanced games. And for standing up what we truly believe was a right decision by the court. We're grateful for that, and we understand that situations and cases like that put us all in a very difficult situation financially, especially being exposed to the U.S. court system, which let's say costs money. But again, thank you for leading in that way, and we are grateful for that. And I believe our members, including the athletes, are extremely grateful for the leadership that was shown in taking on that fight. I guess as a side note to that, and sort of an air of interest and caution, as it concerns jurisdiction in the U.S. courts, I think that decision proved that there is more exposure than perhaps all of us wish to have to the U.S. court system, and I'd perhaps suggest that the Legal Commission look at that decision as it concerns jurisdiction of ASOIF members and the exposure that we do have to the U.S. court system for bedtime reading, I suppose. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brent. It was really the example of fantastic collaboration. Both organizations were quite brave, I have to say, taking into account of the threats and difficulty with, as you mentioned, the U.S. system. But we won, and I think it's the best signal to the athletes of the world. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this, and I think the chair of our legal consultative group has taken that on board, Stephen. I see you sitting there, and you are thumbs up. Thank you.
And he's American.
And he's American, so he knows his country. Maybe three more comments, but not to answer you. So congratulations again with that. I agree with Jackie that maybe WADA should use this also to change a little bit the perception that some people have about WADA. That WADA is the friend of the sport and the friend of the athletes, and not seen as a repressive body. But it could show that it could be a good part of the promotion and the image building of WADA as a credible organization. Maybe even you could make a deal with Interpol or Europol that you get some of the money that they are confiscating, because I saw a lot of banknotes there.
I will not go into the details, maybe too far. But I have to say, financially, the Interpol and Europol are participating in this project. So it's not just the partnership without the funding from their side. So it's a joint. Many of them are joint efforts.
Yeah, but maybe some of the confiscated money could be used in the fight against doping and in the research. So, and last but not least, further to the comment of Thomas, it makes me think that maybe at the next meeting or GA, we should invite IPACs maybe to come and make a presentation, the partnership against corruption, which is where the IOC is very active in for the moment, and I believe Switzerland has the presidency for the moment, so it's a very good suggestion that we take on board. Having said this, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
President Banca. So, and now, before we break for lunch, I would like to invite ITA. Normally, they are always at the end of the GA, and then everybody is looking at speeding them up. But I'm very happy to welcome the new chair of ITA, the International Testing Agency, Jacques Antonin, together with Ben Cohen. So please, congratulations with your appointment, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished representatives of the Summer Olympic International Federations, dear colleagues and partners, dear friends. It's a great pleasure to shortly address your assembly for the first time in my capacity as chair of the ITA Foundation Board. My name is Jacques Antonin, and since the beginning of the year, I am pleased to assume the role of chair of the ITA Foundation Board following the end of Valérie Fournéron's mandate, with great respect for the work accomplished since the creation of the ITA in 2018. Over the past months, I already had the opportunity to meet a couple of you during the WADA World Conference in Busan and the Olympic Winter Games in Milano. I'm very much looking forward to continuing these exchanges, listening to your perspectives, and strengthening our collaboration in support of clean and credible sport. The ITA was created, as you know, by the Olympic movement at a moment when sport recognized the need for greater independence, expertise, and consistency in the delivery of the anti-doping programs. Today, the ITA has matured into a trusted operational partner for more than 80 international federations and major event organizers worldwide. As you will see in a minute, the majority of the ITA's activities are dedicated to Olympic summer sports, reflecting the scale and importance of your events in the global sporting environment and the importance of our partnership for clean sport. Our organization remains firmly committed to the principles on which it was founded: independence, transparency, procedure rigor, and service to federations, athletes, and sport. These principles were established to protect and best serve you as you work to grow and develop your respective sports. As we all know, maintaining trust requires constant effort and collective responsibility. The challenges facing anti-doping continue to evolve, and addressing them effectively depends on strong cooperation across the sporting movement, as well as on institutions capable of acting trustfully, independently, professionally, and with integrity. Thank you for your support and your warm welcome today. I personally look forward to continuing this important work with all of you, adding that we remain at disposals to any of you looking for smart, adapted, and easy solutions to fight together against doping. I now give the floor to Benjamin for a short operational update.
Dear members, thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be short in my operational update, as I know it's lunchtime. Just to reiterate what Jacques said, we place the international federations at the center of what we do. Our day-to-day work is really the delivery of your respective programs. And this is the image of a shield. We really want to shield you and your sports from the risks of doping by making sure that you have the right policies, the right rules, the independent structure, all the latest technologies, and really that we together join forces and create synergies and economies of scales in the fight against doping at the ITA. Mr. President, I also maybe reflect on the presentation from Mr. Banca and perhaps the proposal for the federations to be more involved in these type of investigations. I would react to that maybe differently, as you know, the IOC, WADA, ASOIF was a prime partner in establishing the ITA, and the reasons for ITA's establishment was precisely to avoid that international federations be involved in such investigations, because the minute the federation is involved and take part, it is then judged for it. It is measured against it. It is potentially criticized and conflicted potentially. And so the reason was really to shield the federation and make sure that in such instances you are protected and you can rely on independent experts to do the job for you. So obviously for such large-scale investigation, we would welcome working hand-in-hand with federations, but the whole idea of ITA was that there is an intelligence and investigations unit able to do the work on your behalf and protecting you from those risks. And this is what we're doing on a daily basis for you, placing you in a situation where you can be at all time compliant with the World Anti-Doping Code and the international standards. Very shortly, I will not go through all these activities as we are time pressed, but just maybe just to reiterate that our foundation board has had 3 new members out of 7, so it's a big change for us. We have a new chair, which I welcome and look forward to working with you, Jacques. And we have Ingmar who represents all the international sports federations in the board of ITA, so not only the Summer Olympic sports, but all, even the non-Olympic federations, so it's a big responsibility that he takes over from Francesco, who was an inaugural member of the ITA board when ITA was established in 2018. So I look forward as well, and as you will see, it is very important that Ingmar be part of the ITA board, because when you look at the figures of ITA for 2025, a very large portion of our work, in fact, is dedicated to Summer Olympic federations. When you look at the samples collected, 39,000. Last year, 34,000 were for ASOIF members. So it's almost 80% of the work really goes to summer federations, and that also shows, indeed, the investments that summer sports are doing in the fight against doping. Over 800 TUE, or therapeutic use exemptions, were processed, 600 of those for summer sports. Quite interesting number is that 300 cases, that means rule violation, anti-doping rule violations, last year, with 200 of those corresponding to summer federations. Perhaps maybe on the not so positive note, but we can discuss how to interpret these numbers, is that we see that 80% of the work is for summer sports, but when we look on the right side at education, this number really drops significantly, and that may be interpreted maybe as a maybe less investments from summer sports into our education initiatives. Perhaps also that some of you have internal resources to already deliver education activities. So we could discuss how to interpret this, but with the new international standard for education coming into force next year, there will be a lot more responsibilities that WADA will ask federations in the area of education. So something to be mindful of and to continue discussing with all of you. This is a snapshot of where we are today. As you know, we now finished the first cycle of ITA since our foundation. So the startup phase, I would say, is over. And you can see now on screen that 28, so 80% of the ASOIF membership has now fully delegated their program to ITA. 8 sports have still decided to maintain that internally or through their own integrity unit. This is, of course, a very valid decision. Of course, we would hope that the full ASOIF membership be with the ITA, so that together we can create further economies of scale. The more we are, the cheaper it will be also, and that's very clear as well from a business perspective. Every test will cost less the more we are, but also, of course, for these large-scale investigations or tools that cost a fortune, we feel it makes no sense for a single federation to invest in those when 36 organizations can do that all together. Our Olympic missions, we've just finished the reanalysis of the 2016 Rio samples, 10 positives out of that, so that still means that there were 10 samples reported as negative in July 2016 in Rio that are now reported positive by the Lausanne lab, so 10 cases to follow up on. I mentioned Milano, although it's a winter games, but very important because this was the first games that were completely scattered in Italy with different clusters, and that, I think, they created a lot of learnings for us in terms of future Olympic Games like LA or Brisbane that may also have different sites. We are also fully cooperating now with our Dakar friends to make sure that the Youth Olympic Games take place in the best possible manner from the area of doping. We will, of course, focus on educations rather than testing. Other major event missions that we delivered, some of your sports have been involved in that, the World Games. But of course, this year we've had Milano in February, but we have the Asian Games in Aichi, Nagoya, which are huge. It's bigger than Summer Olympic Games almost. We have the Mediterranean Games. We've just delivered the Beach Games in Sanya. So we used to be involved only in Olympic Games, and now, as you can see, there's a wealth of other major events on which you have your sports at the program, and therefore some continuity as well. We'll be also getting ready for the European Games and other major events coming up in the lead up to Los Angeles. The priorities for all of us is code readiness. I think WADA will be happy with that, is that we all get ready for the new code, the new standards. There are many significant changes, but also a lot of work that really fall on our shoulders. And so we will be, of course, supporting all of you in that endeavor and making sure that on 1st January 2027, we are all ready to take on these new challenges. And of course, I would like finally to mention that we are finalizing this year our first strategic strategic plan and defining the new future strat plan, and we want to involve all of you in those discussions. As you can see, ASOIF is a key partner for ITA, and you need to be part, and all of you members need to be part in defining what the future of ITA look like. So with those notes, I conclude the report, and of course available for any questions that you may have. Thank you very much for your support and cooperation.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Jack. I open the floor for questions or comments. Okay. See, surfing. Right there. Bob, please.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Ben and Jacques. This is more a comment and also a recommendation. First, the comment is that we, as a signatory of WADA, went through our first audit by WADA last year, in October of last year, and as I'm sure many of you have gone through these experiences, quite detailed exercise. We went through that not because we had done anything wrong, but because as a regular part of our responsibility as signatories, we have to do that, and it was very interesting and helpful. But I would say that that the success of our audit wouldn't have been possible without your team. And the comment is, for us, it's really just a joy to work with professional people like your team. In particular, I can mention Matteo Vallini and Gianluca Siracusano as two of your team who have been really just a pleasure to work with. And, you know, on top of their craft and on top of their game. So I wanted to pass that message along and express our appreciation, obviously, as a sport that's relatively low risk in this space. It's still very important for us and something we try to emphasize to our stakeholders and to our members, that this is an essential part of our responsibility, and it's just makes it that much easier and probably the best decision we made to outsource completely to you. So thank you for that. The recommendation is just as we have just re-signed for the next 3 years. Obviously, costs continue to go up, and I understand you're trying to do your best to keep those under control. You know, the whole idea of ITA and the purpose was to try and make that also somewhat cost effective for all of us. So it's just a recommendation because we see that it starts to continue to creep up each time we renew. So that is just my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll pass your words of congratulations to my staff. Indeed, what we've seen is that for WADA compliance assessments, federations that have delegated fully their program to ITA have in average 80% less corrective actions on their program. And that shows indeed the value of putting together expertise and making sure that an IF that delegates the program can sleep quietly and knowing that the work will be done fully in line with the World Anti-Doping Code and the WADA requirements. Regarding the costs, I can only echo what you're saying. We're a non-profit foundation. We lose money every year, so I know what this means also for you. We see, of course, that anti-doping costs continue to rise, and that is, I think, what also President Banca said, is that it's going to potentially continue to grow, and I think anti-doping is expensive. I hope you see the distinction between anti-doping and ITA. Anti-doping is expensive, but we're trying indeed as a collective group to try and bring the cost down. Over the past 4 years, inflation went crazy. Costs of shipping samples, analysis went sometimes up 20%. And because we had so much volume, we were able to keep those costs, I would say, you saw the increase, but not 20%. So we were able as well to absorb those inflation increase thanks to our joint efforts. But I know the costs are expensive, especially for federations like yours who debut in the Olympic world, and so we will be mindful of that in our next strategic plan. And hopefully, the more we join, the lower the costs. Yeah.
Maybe we should pay you in dollars. Raul, please, from Borough.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Mr. Antenan, dear Ben, thank you very much for the presentation, and of course, thank you very much for ITA for those 8 years of service. I think I remember being here in 2017, 2018, when ITA was starting to be thought about. No? I believe that it's clear for everyone here that the services you are providing has been helping international federations not only to ensure the highest standards that are required by WADA, but also to remove the massive operational burden on the federations. Cost, as our colleague Bob has mentioned, is always an issue that concerns us, but nevertheless, the quality of the work is there, and we are very happy for that. In that sense, we have seen the presentation of Sana and the work that is also being done in the area of governance. And if I am right, Ben, you also serve in the governance task force. So I have more a question on whether you could consider that the work that ITA is doing today, seeing that you have been able to handle anti-doping matters in such a professional way, could be also replicated in the area of integrity and anti-doping. Not necessarily by ITA, but the model could serve middle and small federations to handle also this new problem that is evident, that we saw was probably the reason of the creation of the governance task force by Francesco Riccivitti, and whether this could help us in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Raul. I think on that topic, I'm a big supporter, not to give additional work to ITA, but to really look at those synergies. Education departments created by ITA could educate on other integrity matters or I&I work, legal work. So we see that there are synergies. I think for federations now to create 20 or 36 different administration with IT system, HR, all of that for match fixing and so everything is ready for anti-doping. The system was done to protect federations. And so I think we could indeed have this discussion. We discussed it with Ingmar and Francesco back then in the governance task force. To be very frank, it was met with some resistance from the International Olympic Committee, but it doesn't mean that we could not start over those discussions and evaluate whether there is something to be done. I fully agree that there are a lot of synergies to be made in a full spectrum of integrity matters and having more of a holistic approach as the risks are sometimes shared. Harassment, doping, match fixing, all of that is somehow also connected. Maybe
I think I suspect you organized that question. It was pre-cooked, I think, no? Anyway, it's your favorite topic, I know. No fixing, no question fixing. Match fixing, no question fixing. Okay, any further questions? If not, then sorry.
May I just interject, Mr. President, with one again comment, not necessarily a question, just an extension of thanks, Ben, to you and your team. For better or worse, we've had an interesting relationship the last couple of years, but your stewardship during that period has been remarkable. It's great to have a partner that does what they do, and I think, although I share the same comments as my colleagues concerning costs, I would say that I have found that you and your team have been exceptional in working within our budget and really getting the most out of our anti-doping program and being collaborative in the way in which we tackle this problem. So thank you. Mr. Chairman, welcome. We look forward to working with you, and you're inheriting a great team. So just a quick comment there to close the session on that part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brent, for that, but let's try to get it even less expensive so that we can do more testing within the same budget. That should be the message. But thank you very much, Jacques, Mr. Chair, and Ben, for the great work. You see it is appreciated by those who use the services of ITA. So good continuation, and we look forward to continue working with you. Thank you very much. Having said this, please, you can applaud them. I hand to James for some lunch logistical updates.
Well, not much to add, really. It's lunchtime, and it's going to be served just in the dining hall upstairs. So I suggest that we come back. We take just over an hour. So back in your seats at 1:30. If you get lost, I think some ASOIF staff and some volunteers can direct you to the restaurant. So yeah, bon appétit. Thank you.
provided meal at 7 years of age. Broken fingernails and the sun upon her back, that was her wage. And as the wind blows, the dirt between her toes tells her story. Just an ordinary day, with her childhood stripped away, no joy, no glory. Ah, there's a woman in the street, sells her body to make ends meet, to feed her baby. Oh, that's what's going on a different street. He was quite the stand-up guy, and everything in life was his to gain. But addiction took control, and all the dreams he built was washed away. For the price of flying free, he became an enemy to all that loved him. And with no place else to live, he resides under a bridge somewhere in London. A young boy is on the run, 'cause his prints are on that gun. Isn't that crazy? Oh, that's what's going on a different street.
Unsure at first, but now it's clear why they are there when we are here. No need to wonder what will be. Who you think we're safe with. And take it now, I am your prayer.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to make way to your seats, please? We're about to start now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremy. Please take your seats, and this afternoon session will be dedicated more to the sports part. 1, 2, 3 test. Yeah, okay. So welcome back, everybody. And this afternoon we will get some more reports related to sports. So we are still in our point 11 of our agenda. We had already 11.5, 11.6. So now I would propose the IOC to go to 11.1 to get a presentation of the IOC Sports Department. And we are very happy to welcome here Pierre Ducret, Sports Director. Please, Pierre, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Yes, it's me again. I'll try to cover some of the topic we spoke about yesterday, maybe not in as many details, but if you want to ask any questions, as always, feel free to do so. First, I wanted to thank you all for the discussion yesterday and for the feedback we've been able to have afterwards. I hope and can hear that you have understood the spirit in which we have proposed what we have proposed when it comes to the Olympic program, and we are really trying to have the clearest and most transparent process so that you can know at every turn what we are doing and how we are doing it. And it's very important that we do this in partnership. Ingmar, you were talking this morning about thinking out of the box. When it comes to thinking out of the box from the IOC Sports Department, it only can happen in partnership, right? We need two people to be able to envisage different solutions. So very grateful also for the collaboration that we have had over the last year, and they're always wanting to find creative solution. This spirit is really important to what we are trying to achieve. I have now been in the role for, I think, almost a year. It'll be July, and I'm really grateful for the welcome, the confidence, and the trust that you have placed in the sports department. And I look forward to continuing on that journey with all of you. I'll talk about a few things today, just a few words on each edition, but I know you will have a report from each of the organizing committee. We'll talk a little bit about Fit for the Future. You already had quite a lot of information. Just want to make sure that maybe from a sports standpoint, we can have a few more elements being brought to the discussion. Also, come back to the promotion opportunities. I think we went in a lot of details yesterday, just to reiterate what we are trying to explore in this respect and the opportunities we see here. Youth Olympic Games, to just confirm the latest in this respect. Talk about sustainability and hospitality. When it comes to the different editions, I think for LA, we went in a lot of details yesterday, which allowed us to really understand where we are in terms of sport in LA. You can see from the discussions that there's a lot of willingness to be also transparent and sharing all of the information on the LA side. Some of you know that I spent quite a few months last year in LA working closely with Shayna, Nico, Molly, Jack. And what I can say is I can confirm they are fighting every day for sport. It's not always easy. It's a very big project, but you have a team there that is dedicated to make it happen. Shayna's title is Chief Sport and Delivery Officer. So sport is very much at the heart of the organizing committee. What Nico explained yesterday regarding the structure, having sport and event management so closely interlinked at the cluster level, it really means sport can influence the organization of the games in a way that maybe we didn't have before. Very important. It's a massive project, of course, but there are so many opportunities attached to it, and the ability that we have to work together will really be important to do so. Brisbane, last year, I think I was sitting at the back of the room and Kit was up here. So different perspective this year, but of course, with Kit in Brisbane, we have the chance to have someone with a lot of experience. He's working with Brendan, which I think was kind of employee number one in the OCOG. So a great team that we have there. There's a lot of discussions already, and I'm sure you will pick up on that in their presentations regarding the master plan, which is obviously also connected with the discussion on the sports program. So lots to discuss, but definitely the right team to do so. And when it comes to Dakar, I think it's 5 months to go. I'm sure Ibrahima and the team is counting a little bit more in days than months now. But with Ibrahima, with Anik, and with Tierno here, we have the people that are pushing every day to try and make sure the sport is in the right place. We know expectations for these games have to be a little bit different. What Dakar is going to offer is unique. 70% of the population is less than 30 years old in Dakar. Those of you that had the chance to see Dakar Enjeu, the festival, can understand the size of the opportunity from an engagement standpoint. They can understand the opportunity also from a legacy standpoint of infrastructure. Tour de la FIBA Mar Diop, the equestrian venue, all those will be legacies of these games along with the villages. So great opportunity, also great opportunity to train the future generation of sport people in Dakar. The Games Learning Academy, also a great asset that was created for the first time. So we are working very closely with them in this last stretch. As you know, we have a dedicated team inside the IOC that is working on Dakar. We have Rodrigo that is somewhere in this room, and FM from the sports side that work only on Dakar for more than a year now, really trying to help the organizing committee achieve its objectives. That's for the brief update on the different editions. Fit for the future, I think you have heard a lot. Just wanted to talk on a few of the more specific sport elements. Those are the working groups that we officially have today. I will touch on some of them, not going to list them, but the first one that we wanted to touch on, and it was mentioned by the president yesterday, and we have Christophe, I think, at the back of the room with us, who is leading this working group from an administration standpoint, supporting Tony, really trying to understand how we can further improve the game's delivery elements and what are the key elements we could change to make a big difference. The program is one, and it is one of the elements that will ultimately come as part of this recommendation. But you heard from the president this morning, also importantly, that there will be no compromise on athlete experience, fan experience, really trying to make sure that in the way we are delivering the games, we are protecting the core elements pertaining to the experience. This is a feedback which is very clear from Milano Cortina, or the same from Paris. We want to make sure that in the last stretch of delivery, those elements pertaining to the experience do not get lost because they were not part of the requirement or because there is no space anymore for it inside the budget. So how we can do that, that will be one of the key elements answered by the working group. Also trying to clarify ownership and accountability of the different stakeholders. I think there was a question yesterday regarding transfer of costs from the OCOG to the International Federation, trying to make sure that the matrix of responsibility across all stakeholders is very clear from the start. There are always going to be a few discussions here and there, but that transferring responsibilities halfway through the journey from one stakeholder to the other is not considered to be the primary solution. We mentioned it as well yesterday. One key element is trying to understand, and it was very clear in the feedback we got from the International Federation in the IF debrief last week for Milano Cortina, that not every stakeholder needs to be treated the same. The reality of each sport is different. The reality of each international federation is different. How do we have a plan that allows to treat every federation like it should be treated in the context of the sport? That we treat maybe every session differently. A preliminary is not a final. All of these elements need to be probably taken into account so that we don't consider we need to deliver everything here. If we deliver one here and one here, it's actually a better outcome and something which is more able to work with the way that an OCOG can plan. We will also look about, continuing to assist more and more the OCOG, especially in the early part of the journey that an OCOG can have and what role the federations can have in that journey. And a few other elements, including where can the IOC do more, trying to support the OCOG by probably taking away some aspects of the project that we would be better placed to deliver across edition. So quite a lot of elements that are being discussed and that will ultimately support an optimized games delivery. The IOC policy on the protection of female category, I think in many ways everything that needed to be said has been said about this. I just wanted to re-clarify one element, which following a question from Jackie yesterday, I clarified already, but I got a few more questions. So to be very clear, this policy will kick in at the Olympic Games LA 28. This does not require the qualifiers to be competed under this policy. So just want to make sure that this is understood by everybody. If federations start early and already have their qualifiers until this rule, obviously we support it because it will facilitate the transition, but this is not the requirement. The requirement is really that this will start at the beginning of the LA 28 Games. There are a number of questions regarding the implementation of this policy, and that's why we created this workshop on 18 and 19 of June, where I believe your CMOs and some other people from your federations will be in attendance to be able to look through how we can implement this policy in the most efficient manner. Moving on to the qualifiers, I think because there were a number of questions yesterday, we kind of covered this topic quite extensively. I want to reiterate again here that the evolution of the proposals, the collaborations we spoke about yesterday in trying to promote the qualifiers, use the Olympic assets to do that, having more flexibility in our brand so that you can use it, is in no way a step towards taking over the qualifying events from the international federations. Those qualifying events belong to the federations. Even when we have the Q series, I have to get used to saying that in the right way, but this is the new name. Even in that context, we are basically receiving from the federation that want to do that, the responsibility to deliver with the host city the event, but we are not taking over the responsibility of qualifying the athletes. So just want to make sure that we are on the same page in this respect, and that in many ways we have these three pillars that I presented yesterday, the Q series, all the opportunity of cross-promotion we have. Obviously, the label is a big part of this, and you know we are exploring other labels for the athletes and others in particular. But in that middle pillar, everything we can do to try and give you access to more elements of the brand that you can use to promote your events. And lastly, as I pointed out yesterday, the group is really looking into other places we could go when it comes to optimize collaboration between hosts, IOC, and International Federation. Specifically on the Q series, I think you would have all seen that by now. We are moving from a 2-stop to a 4-stop concept, from a 4-sport to 6-sports concept. We are still allocating the sports to each stop, working with each international federation in a very constructive dialogue. So thank you to those that are involved as part of this process. We are very open to discuss further how it can evolve. This is not just limited to those sports. It is for this time around, but we just want to be able to have constructive dialogue with all of you to understand how this can serve the process of qualifying for the International Federation. There are 4 cities which have been confirmed. Oh, too fast. There you go. So no surprise here, we'll have a back-to-back early May in Tokyo and Shanghai, and then another back-to-back early June for Montreal and Orlando. Not every sport will be in every stop, just to be clear again that this is what we are trying to finalize. I spoke about promotion opportunities. You saw this slide yesterday as part of the discussion with LA 28. Really, I think the point here is we are looking for any means where we are able to provide more flexibility that can be of use to you. And in return, what can you do in your events to try and promote the games, because ultimately that benefits everyone. Not something that costs money, just something that, you know, requires us to think a little bit out of the box and to explore territories that maybe we have not explored before in the way that the drawings I showed yesterday on the NHL side allowed to do. That includes more recognition of the International Federation during the games. How can we showcase your brand in a better way so that it is understood by the people watching the games that the responsibility of the field of play and of the delivery of the competition belongs to the International Federation. And the last bit, we spoke about it as well, just trying to give an opportunity to the athletes to be recognized in between the games as the defending champion. We have from our athlete commissions question in this respect, so it would be really good if we are able to discuss with each federation, and we will, how we can maximize this opportunity. Youth Olympic Games, I think the President was very clear in her address yesterday, but just to reiterate that we have put the process for 2030 on hold. She talked about the survey and the information that came through. Important for us to further digest it, but that it's clearly, as she mentioned it yesterday, not as conclusive as we would have wanted. So the work now will focus on the youth strategy to ensure that we can understand what is the place of the Youth Olympic Games in that strategy before a decision is being made for 2030. So I don't want to dwell further on this one, but just wanted to make sure that we further clarified the situation. Sustainability, as we know, there's a lot of collaboration in this respect, especially with ASOIF, that has dedicated also a lot of efforts in promoting our sustainability agenda. How are we doing this? By creating as many bilateral conversations as possible. We know we have a lot of analysis being done on the IOC side that can benefit the International Federation. And also in return, you are doing a lot of work across many federations, and we just want to create as many opportunities to use your information, use ours, and try to come up with synergies that allow ultimately sport to be perceived and to be more sustainable. And lastly, hospitality. I know there's a few questions that have come on the side conversations yesterday. Not so much to discuss about the LA situation. We can, of course, have discussions directly with our hospitality team if you have questions regarding LA. But today we wanted to inform you that we will be launching shortly the request for proposal for hospitality for the following games, 30, 32, and 34. And as we are doing that, obviously, we are trying as much as possible to learn from what has worked well in Paris and what has maybe not worked as well, working very closely with our ticketing and hospitality team. I think in this chart, what's really important is the third pillar, which would allow to have dedicated products for stakeholders being considered. Today, in many ways, International Federation, we are treated as any other client as part of the model. We would like that they are dedicated products, but also conditions that are specific to the stakeholders, so that we can have a discussion, pending also the size of the venue and the space, that there could be a dedicated IF space in the venue that can serve for the purpose of hospitality. So trying to be, again, thinking a little bit more out of the box than just to say, oh no, we cannot do an IF lounge. No, the principle exists, it's possible, it can be served through the hospitality provider. We want overall to just try and make sure that all of you get an opportunity to discuss. What we have also discussed with the ticketing and hospitality team is that once we get the feedback from the different companies that would be interested to participate to this RFP, we will consult with the federations to be confirmed, Ingmar, James, how we do that exactly, maybe through the group or a larger conversation. But we do want to receive your inputs regarding what is interesting, what is not interesting, what should be the priority in our assessment. We want the stakeholders to be much more front and center into this overall analysis, and also making sure that as we roll out the program for LA, we can already potentially take some steps that will bring us closer to the ambition we could have for 2032. This is the timeline. So we will have, I believe, 6 invited agencies that will participate. We will do a working group in Q2 probably towards the end of the summer with the federation before we are shortlisting and consultation the stakeholders in a more official way. And ultimately, the goal is to award the contract, as you can see here, in Q1 2027. This is a lot of ground covered in not a lot of time, so I would be happy to take any questions. I would like to thank again Ingmar, James, the entire council for the trust, the partnership. I think we've had a lot of ground to cover over the last year. You mentioned it, Ingmar. It's a transition that was boosted by a revision of the entire strategy of the movement. So a lot of places where we had to come together and discuss, but it was always in a very constructive way. Also felt every conversation I had with everyone in this room to be very constructive. So thank you for that spirit. It means a lot to us. And I want to thank the sports team on our side. Every transition of leadership is always complicated. This was probably complexified by the fact that everything more or less is changing around us. So thank you for the patience, David, Bree, Sarah, Amy, the entire sport manager team. Really appreciate putting up with me and dealing with this transition, which is at the same time challenging, but also full of opportunities. And you can count on us to work with each and every one of you to maximize those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. And it was the honorary IOC president that was always saying change or be changed. And I think now we have a lot of change. I think he would be very proud of it. But okay, thank you for your presentation. And again, thank you for the really great cooperation and collaboration we have with ASOIF, but also the international federations, with you and your team. It's very much appreciated. I said it this morning, but I must say we are very impressed, and if we can move on that pathway, that would be great. And as you said, also happy to welcome Christophe Duby here in the room. He's sitting in the back, but he's also, I presume, available if some questions drift into his direction. So I open the floor for questions, comments. Don't be shy. Well, I mean, are they scared, or did you answer
so
proactively?
many already yesterday. So,
or are they bored of you? I mean,
that could
of
be
me.
well.
Okay, well, if there are no questions, we look forward to continue the good cooperation, and we will see a lot of you in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Pierre. So we continue with sport. We have now a presentation from Dakar. Nos amis de Dakar, où est-ce qu'ils sont? Voilà. On vous invite de nous donner une présentation. Dakar s'approche. Donc, votre présence ici est fortement appréciée. So the floor is yours. Ibrahima.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Très cher Igmar de Vos, dear member of the Executive Committee, dear members of the General Assembly, and other stakeholders, I'm happy to be here once again, Mr. President, and thank you very much for your invitation and giving us once again the opportunity to give an update of where we are in Dakar preparation. Today I'm with my team, some members of the team, myself and Tierno Cissé, with the Deputy Executive Director of Operations, and Annick Tavernier, who is the Sport Director of Dakar 2026, and happy to share with you. Later on, Pierre mentioned the fact that we are close to Dakar. We are now 156 days from Dakar. Last year, we had the opportunity to present a report. This year, we are here and happy to give you an update on where we are. And I would like to take the opportunity, Mr. President, to really thank ASOIF and all international federations for the great collaboration, for the great support, for the great complicity between Dakar, IOC, and IFs. Here, what has been done since last year, a lot of achievements, few of them here in 2025. I would like to mention, as Pierre earlier said, the strong collaboration between Dakar and IOC, which we have moved from co-creation to co-construction to co-creation to now co-delivery together. And when I mean co-delivery, it's also with international federations and with NOCs. A lot of things to have been done and a lot of opportunities. to report to IOC, to show where we are, to have the opportunity to host international federation technical teams to be in Dakar to validate what was needed. I will come back later to one thing. It is related to the chef de mission seminar that has been proven that we, on all areas, we are on track. Strong governance, if I can come back again on that, a new model structure governance is closely monitored by IOC, sport department teams, Christophe's teams, and all other departments. And what is important is the strong involvement of all national stakeholders, public delivery partners, highest authorities, and also supporters of our commercial program. It is important. It's a kind of symbol of how strong is our project. We are moving. We have international top sponsors. We have local sponsors. And it means that on a commercial revenue perspective, our project is still strong. I have mentioned one important thing last year when we were here. We were talking about planning, strategy. We move now to the readiness. And we are focusing on some areas to avoid any risk of delay, like key tenders monitoring, issue management system that is put in place. Our operational readiness has started, even training people, and key operational that has been identified and closely monitored. All this to show that right now we are really approaching the dates and we are ready. I have mentioned it before. During last April, we had the opportunity to welcome Chef de Mission Seminar. 173 NOCs was present in Dakar. 20 of them was joining us remotely. What is important is the feedback we get and the takeaway we get from the survey we did with them. 8.8 points that has mentioned from 10 to satisfactory coming from NOCs. It means that we are on the right way. And they get the opportunity to see everything. The venues, of course, the Olympic Village, transport system, other things like that, and we have the opportunity to show them everything. I would like now to give the floor to Tierno, who will go in deep details regarding venues and other services, and later on, Annick will come back to sports aspects. Tierno, please.
Mr. President, dear members of the Assembly, and dear attendants, it is my pleasure to present you with a quick overview of the Dakar 2026 operations. I will start with the master plan. Most of you already know the content, but I will go through a quick overview again. As you know, the Dakar delivery model is spread across 3 major clusters that are Dakar, the capital city, Diamniadio, and Saly. If I start with Saly, the cluster of Saly will host one major venue, Saly Beach West, which will host mainly beach and water sports, so 6 sports in that venue. If we move to the Diamniadio cluster, which is the heart of the operations, it will host 4 competition venues, including the Stade Abdoulaye Wade that will be hosting, I'd like to remind it, the first ever Olympic ceremony in the history of the African continent, which we are very proud of, and also 3 other competition venues, plus the Olympic Village that will be hosted in the University of Amadou Mahtambo in Diamniadio. Also the main press center, the IBC, and our logistic warehouse. And if we move to Dakar, the capital city, we have 3 competition venues, and we also have the Olympic Family Hotel. And I forgot to mention in Diamniadio as well, the official hospital of the Games. So now, if I talk about refurbishment, because out of the 8 competition venues, it's important to note that not all of them are under construction. We have 3 of the competition venues that are under construction. Out of the 3, we have 2 that are being refurbished. So those 2 are the Dakar ones that you see behind me on the screen. These are major and iconic venues in the city of Dakar, historical, that already host a lot of African major sporting events. But the model, and in terms of legacy, the decision has been taken to move them into multi-sport-driven complex to give more opportunity to the youth after the games to train and to experience a whole range of new sports. So we move from one-dimension stadium to multi-sport complex. This is the case for Ibama Diop that you can see on your left with the stadium and also the indoor arena. And on your right, you have the complex to the left that has the swimming pool, but also a multi-sports complex. Both of these venues will host jointly 9 sports, 4 for Ibama on your left and 5 for Tour de l'Oeuf on your right. As of the status of the construction, I will spare you with maybe boring numbers. I think the pictures speak for themselves. When you look at those venues, we are really into the fine-tuning phase, and it's a matter of weeks before we get the official reception of those venues in Dakar that are going to be with a wonderful atmosphere, full of youth and Senegalese people that are ready to rock the venues. As for Diamniadio, you have the Youth Olympic Village, as you know. It's a big project because we are adding new buildings and we are refurbishing the existing building. And during the Chef de Mission seminar, all the delegation had the chance also to visit this village, and they came very satisfied with the update status and with the level of service that is being proposed. And the last venue under construction is the Equestrian Center in Diamniadio. This one is a brand new venue that is being built especially for the occasion and will leave a legacy as a major equestrian center in Dakar. Of course, we host the jumping competition for equestrian. So I will go through a number of key areas to provide with relevant information and that you already received through our sports department in Dakar, but I'll still do a quick reminder if you allow it. Just to reassure everyone on the security matters. The security is a top priority for all of the Senegalese government and from the YOGOC as well. This matter has been taken into a National Security Council that has been installed by the President of the Republic, and all of the forces of defense and security have been working on the national operation concept that has been presented to the IOC security team and is now, and we are very proud of it, is being widely regarded as one of the best security concept ever presented by national security forces from Dakar. So we are really working into integration with the national security, and they are planning a lot of key dates in terms of activation of the security delivery model in total collaboration with our security team that are going to operate inside the venue with private security. So just to ensure everyone, we will host a security briefing on the 17th of June to give all key elements to all the stakeholders that needs to be equipped and informed with the right information before arriving to Dakar. The accreditation, I will go quickly on this one as well. So we have validated the e-visa model. So the background check for the accreditation will serve and will get all accredited clients a e-visa to enter Senegal. So to avoid any long formal administration business to be held at the airport or before. So this will be a quicker way for everyone to get into the country. As most of you already know, the accreditation package has been sent to all of the IFs to make sure that they follow the registration dates, which have been open since last week on the 22nd of May. And the accreditation registration will be open until the 7th of August. And the opening of our main accreditation center will take place on the 31st of August. I will go quickly on an arrival and departure. So this is also end-to-end procedure and model that we have operating with all public stakeholders that operate the Dakar Airport platform. So the Dakar Airport, Blaise Diagne, will be the main recommended and unique port of entry for the games. And we are working closely with all authorities to make sure that every group of clients gets a smooth way and a smooth travel and also stay less time in the airport of Dakar. And also to deal with the luggages and the sport equipment. We are also working with a detailed process with our sports, logistic, and A&D team. And I will finish with ticketing. So the ticketing port of opening for registration will be on the 5th of June, and the official launch of the ticketing will be happening on the 1st of July, and Dakar will be ready to host the world for that matter. I hope I was brief enough and concise enough. I will now leave the floor to Annick Tavernier. She's our sports director, and she will give you an overview of the sports department. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, everybody. So on the sports side, the first point I would like to point is the communication that we are having with all of you. So since last year, we're starting to have more and more communication. We also started to do some webinars that are more on the operational, functional areas to give you information that just here now share with you. And we already did one this year. We will have 2 more, and we will have also one specific for the engagement program. We have all of you during the first visit last year, some of you also twice, and we already started some visits this year. The idea is to have the second and sometimes third visit as soon as possible, so we are ready for the games. On the venue design book, so we are going through the 4th edition of it. We hope at the end of June we are going to have the last version, so we can have the field of play design homologation. Then on competition schedule, last year we finished the by session and the by event, and now we are working with you on the first version that is ready for the detailed competition activity schedule. On the contingency plans, we are working also closely with you because as you can see, the crazy weather, we are sweating in Lausanne in May, that I think is not normal, so I hope we are going to be cold in Dakar in November. And the transitions plans, we have some sports that are really tight, for example, judo to gymnastics, and the venue integrated schedule, so we are sure we are going to have all the overlay and the sport equipment ready for the event. We share with all of you the guide on the IF or the competition IF, and we are working already on the sport-specific guides. That is going to be the specific information that is not included in the chef de mission guide. Then the play program. So for us, the play program, and I know for the IOC, is a key program because it's the initiation for the kids on the 25 sports that we have for competition. You can see the number of children is more than 70,000. This job is for the engagement department inside Dakar 2026, but we are working a lot with the national federations and also the sport managers that are helping us to make this true. The sport engagement program, so we are really happy that the 10 IFs are now really involved with us. We are now going into the details of the activities, the timings, and the sport equipment that we are going to start receiving from you. We also have one focus day per sport, and we already decided which day is going to be for each sport. I'm going to use a lot of the word legacy because for the national federations, for sure, this is key, not only with the sport equipment that they will receive from you, but also what this opportunity is going to give them to have a lot of children's having the opportunity to test this sport. So for the sport engagement program, we will have more than 8,000 children going through the activities on 13 days. But it's also going to be open for the general public in one of the sessions each afternoon. You can see here is Place du Souvenir. It is an amazing place in Dakar that is already every day plenty of people doing some activities, and it's not going on. It's not only for the engagement sports, but also for festivities. We will have concerts, educational activities, etc. That is managed also by the engagement department. On sport presentation, so legacy again, we would like to have 76% of the team local, but still we need some experts on this. So 24%, especially the venue producers and the English announcers, are going to come from abroad. We are discussing with all of you, for example, for the English announcers, and these 2 roles specifically are going to be the ones training all the local team, so they can, after the games, continue doing international competitions. The level of services has been shared with all of you based on the conditions we have for each venue. Video production, the list is ready, the provider is ready, and OBS is helping also with all the list of videos that they have from the last game, so we can have a really nice program on all the video boards at each venue. The music playlist, so it's going to be international, African. I'm trying to put some Colombian songs inside. Let's see if I can do it. The supplier has been confirmed, and the entertainment plan, so it's going to be really, really African. The idea is to take this advantage to show everybody the African culture, so we are working with the sponsors because they want to help us to show this also, and the engagement department. For sport equipment, here you find information only on the competition sports, but we are also receiving donations from the engagement federations. So it's a huge number, more than $5,000 US have been donated through sport equipment. For us, it's really important the legacy with the national federations to avoid that this sport equipment will be lost somewhere, so we are pushing them to have a really program that what they are going to do with that sport equipment after, and not the next year, but the next 3-4 years, so we can be sure that this is going to be used properly. Human resources. So our sport managers, we have only 2 sport managers that are not from Senegal. They come from the national federations. And thanks to your support, we have sent them to international events, world championships, World Cups. And you can't imagine how they come back to Dakar. They feel like different, proud. Some of them with the medal around the neck, and it's really amazing to see the difference before and after this opportunity. So thanks also to all of you, because as you can see, 39% of this cost has been covered by you. And on doping control, so we already had ITA. We are working really closely with them, with Sophie. So we have monthly calls with IOC and ITA, but actually with ITA directly we can speak almost every week. So we decided to have 4 doping control stations, some of them inside the venues, some of them like the Almiaggio at the Youth Olympic Village. So the athletes are going to be transported to the village so they can do the tests. We already have our suppliers. So we have the Laboratoire Antidopage Français, we already have Berlinger and DHL. And we have a specific team working for education, as they explained before, is really important, especially for Youth Olympic Games. So they already started doing this program, and of course it's also one of the priorities during Games time. Venue testing strategy, so speaking also at the last COCOM with the IOC, is really important. It's not mandatory for the Youth Olympic Games to have test events, but of course it's important for us to have them. We already have 4 of them, to call it in a way, because for the Stade Abdoulaye Wade, actually it was football matches, but the whole team, ticketing, EVS, sport, F&B, etc., were there to see how this venue, that is huge, is going to be managed during Games time. Dakar Arena, we have Dakar Enjeu, that our friends from FIFA were with us during this event. We also had a main operation center working during this Dakar Enjeu that helped us a lot. We suffer a lot, but I think thanks to that is the only way to really learn and apply all the things that we learned during the event. We also have a fencing World Cup, even if it's not the same venue that is going to be used during the Games. Then the equestrian, we had the Jumping World Challenge final in November, and Dakar Expo Center we had an African and a World Cup competition judo, where Larissa were with us, and also help us to understand this venue that will have 3 sports at the same time each week. What we are planning, so Corniche West, we already discussed with UCI to have the road cycling test event on June 21st. The main purpose is to learn how to close the roads, because it's really a key point in Dakar. So I think also for the community to understand how this is going to be during Games time. Complex Iwamar job, we are going to do a training for national technical officials with Taekwondo and an athletics competition. So the Jeux de la Francophonie are really interested in working with us in some test events, and athletics is one of them. And Sally Beach West, we confirmed also yesterday with FIVB that we will have an event. They are organizing many things, many activities around these days, not only for athletes, but also for coaches and national technical officials, with the support of the International Federation and the African Confederation. I'm not going to go through this, all this information, don't worry, but just to show you that the stakeholders' journey, in this case for athletes and team officials, is an exercise that we started to do with the IOC last week, and it really helped us and all the FAs to understand how they are linked one to each other and to understand where we need to work more closely. And we did exactly the same exercise with the one slide disappeared, with IFs and Olympic family, so we are ready for all the stakeholders we will have during games time. On volunteers, so you can see that 22,000 registered in the system, so the team has been doing an amazing job to filter this number. So today already 8,000 have been pre-selected. 1,281 are sport-specific volunteers. The majority of them are coming from the national federations. We started to train them since last year. Many of this training has been also with your support. Some of the federations have sent people to train them, and we are taking the opportunity also to train the national technical officials through this training program. I will give the floor back to Ibrahima.
Thank you. Just to close the presentation of Dakar, with some key dates that is in front of us. Mainly, we are moving to 100 days before the games, and there are a lot of activities happening. In a few days, we will have the official music reveal in June 21st, le jour de la musique, and of course my birthday. And after that, we will continue through operational readiness, testing, as Anik mentioned, the announcement of the Olympic refugee, and of course the flame tour. It's going to start by the lighting of the flame will be in September 10 in Athens, and after that, we will come back to Dakar and make a tour around the city, the country, before coming back at the opening ceremony. Before I move, I invite you to look with me the video. I would like to make a small correction for the legacy program of sports equipment. We, of course, get from competition sport, but also with engagement sports also. Mr. President, to be correct, we have a lot of support. And let me close the presentation by asking you to follow with me the video. Brigitte.
Thank you very much to the team of Dakar. Any questions from the room? I don't see any, so thank you very much and good luck. And we look forward to see you in Dakar in November, and hopefully before even there will be, I presume you will be assisting at the IOC session in June as well, here in Lausanne. So, and that will give the opportunity to further interact with the international federations.
Merci.
So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Et courage, bonne chance. Thank you. So now we move to point 11.3. And we know we had already a very long session yesterday, very interactive, with quite some good news and a lot of progress report. So really good. But we would like to invite you again to give a short presentation here during our General Assembly. So thank you, Shana, Nico, and the whole LA team for being here. Yeah, the floor is yours. Don't be shy.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President, leadership of ASOIF, to the IOC Sport team, and to all of you. Thank you so much for having us, first of all, but also for the incredibly engaging conversation yesterday. That was a fast 3 hours for us. I hope it felt fast for you. We're going to be a fast 20 minutes today. You're going to see some new things today. This is not just a rerun of yesterday, but we will rerun this video.
Welcome to Los Angeles, the sports capital of the world. The city boasts of 11 professional sports teams, some of the biggest on the planet. We've got more D1 collegiate sports schools than any other city. And if when it comes to the weekends, you're not out supporting any of your favorite LA teams, you're probably playing sports yourself. Now, this is not our first Olympics. Los Angeles has hosted twice before. And yes, we loved it so much, we wanted to do it again. And this time, we're also hosting the Paralympics for the first time ever.
It was about LA being a city that defines culture around the world, that has this incredible sporting history, that is so much more than it was in '84. And so I don't think there's a better place in the world to have the Olympics than Los Angeles. The venues, the backdrop, the weather, and we love welcoming the world to our city, so what a better place.
LA 28 is already supporting our future athletes. With a $160 million commitment from LA 28 and the IOC, we are helping to make sports affordable and accessible to kids of all abilities across the region through a program called Play LA. So who knows? Maybe one of these young athletes could be the next gold medal winning hero. We can't wait to welcome the world to Los Angeles.
Wonderful. My name is Shana Ferguson. I'm the Chief of Sport and Games Delivery at LA 28. I'll be joined up here by Olympian Nico Campriani, who needs no introduction in this crowd, I know. He is our Senior Vice President of Sport. We are also joined by Jack and Molly. You know this cast of characters for sure. Back home in Los Angeles, there are over 720 employees of the OCOG at present. When Nico and I were here a year ago, we were at about 150. By games time, we'll be at over 6,000 full-time employees of the OCOG and tens of thousands of volunteers and contractors. We are 779 days out. When it seems too big, we like to ground ourselves in the who, what, when, where, why, and how of these games. Sport is our what and our when. Our venue master plan, our sport program, and certainly our competition schedule. Our venues are our where and our how. Certainly our venue partners are our how, but you too are our how. How we will deliver these games relies on so many folks outside of the 6,000 strong members of the OCOG when we get to games time, but our stakeholders are our who. Certainly our athletes are our key stakeholders, but my goodness, those athletes are our why. For every one of the 720 plus employees at LA 28, we talk time and time again about the fact that our athletes are our who and our why. Okay, here's a fun statistics slide for you. Our challenge is to develop the most complex site and operational plans that will deliver the largest sport program in the history of the Olympic and Paralympic Games. We will have, as you know, 36 of you joining us there with over 50, I think it's 51 disciplines, 353 medal events, over 11,000 Olympic athletes. Will be joined by 4,400 Paralympic athletes as well. We have 50 competition venues, 7 major non-comp venues to include 4 villages, an IBC, an MPC, a UAC, and the like, and another 40 non-competition venues, which include over 30 standalone training venues. We have 22 venue cities that span the entirety of the United States. While this is LA's games, you'll hear us oftentimes say this is also the nation's games. We will bring the torch relay to all 50 states over 100 cities through all 50 states. And yes, we know that Alaska and Hawaii are pretty far away, but that torch will also run through those 2 states. We'll be operating for 60 days of operation. That does include the Paralympics, certainly, but 60 days of operation in those 50 competition venues and 841 ticketed sessions, which is 10% more than you saw and participated in Paris. It's a big task, but we're up for it. I'd like to highlight some of our key progress over the course of the last year when Nico and I were here last. Certainly, upper left-hand corner, international federations, many IF visits. We are in the thick of it with ORIS meetings, and certainly big thanks to our friends at IOC Sport. We are close to complete with qualifications. There are only 3 still remaining. Don't worry, we won't say who it is, but 3 still remaining there. Our NOC and NPC visits, open days, planning for chef admissions, certainly well underway. We have open days for NOCs here coming in just a few weeks. And early allotment agreements for Village. We've already got one done, the biggest one, our host country allotment done already for Village. Press and media, big summer for us. We've got World Press Briefing and World Broadcaster Meeting coming at the end of July. Certainly our competition schedule, you've seen the Olympic competition schedule released by event, but today, in just a couple of hours, we will be releasing the Paralympic by event schedule, which is an exciting day for us at LA28. Venue plan updates. Here's some key updates. We certainly announced our 6 remote football cities, again, spreading the tournament across the United States. Big thanks to our friends from FIFA. We know this is complicated. We appreciate how much you recognize the importance of us getting this East to West Coast involvement. We have confirmed road cycling and time trial finish, and we have confirmed para road cycling. We just haven't announced yet. We will be doing so next week at COCOM. And certainly we announced the Olympic Village at Oklahoma City. Again, I mentioned we'll have 4 villages. One of them, naturally, in Oklahoma City. Event and venue operational planning, really the spine of the work that we are doing in operational planning. We launched our EOP2. We are already a few venues into this one, but there are so many venues, and it takes us weeks to get through one, that we will be stretching EOP2 in through February of 2027. We have integrated sport and EVM. Nico's going to speak a little bit more to this, but I want to highlight here the integration of sport and EVM and really our VNI teams as well, not just in practice, but also physically in terms of seating. They sit together at the cluster level. I'm going to talk about why that matters in just a moment. Certainly, we launched our VIG, our VOC, and change management. We went through a little bit of an overhaul in governance here in the course of the last few months. We recognized there was some tweaking we needed to do. With such a massive sport program in so many venues, there's a lot that can slip through the cracks if we didn't really tighten up our governance. So we have done so as well, and it helps, too, that we've staffed up. Venue design books and procurement, we published VDB, Venue Design Book 3.0. It is just one iteration. We have a few more to go. VDB 3.1 happens in October, and then we'll turn the corner on the new year. We'll head to VDB 3.2, and then 4.0 and 4.1. So some work to go still on venue design books. And then event testing. Really important note for this room. I know it's very important to us, too. So I'm going to head to the next slide to talk about it a little bit more. At LA28, we talk about training, testing, and readiness, and we feel we are always training, and that's where we start with talk-throughs. Talk-throughs are already happening all the time, and the fact that our teams are sitting in clusters already helps us with these talk-throughs. Every day, the teams are conceptualizing how these venues will run, how these fields of play need to be operated, and how certainly we deliver. Walkthroughs when we're at our venues. Again, 50 competition venues. You can imagine the number of site visits we have is almost untenable. Quite frankly, I think we're wearing out our welcome in some of these venues already. Remember, this is a no-build game, so every single venue is already in operation. Many of them with 365 days of existing programming, right? So we're doing many site visits. Certainly, we're prioritizing field of play and technology at this point. But in those walkthroughs, in those site visits, we're talking about what if, what will this be like, what will this feel like, how will we manage through this particular obstacle. Tabletops have started in earnest. Our CEO, as many of you know, Reynold Hoover, is a retired 3-star Army general. You can imagine that tabletops and simulations are very important to somebody of that caliber. We have tabletops once every 3 to 4 weeks as a senior leadership team. As a matter of fact, I'm heading back tomorrow because we have a mandatory tabletop all day in person on Friday. Big thanks to the GAD team from IOC for joining us on this one. We're doing these we're a little more than 2 years out, but we have quite a bit of work to do in simulating what it will feel like at games time, and it is not too early for us to start that. And then certainly rehearsals and event testing, sports specific, is our key cog in this entire wheel. So let me just give you one more slide on our testing strategy. 3 key factors here. Our approach, again, we'll go who, what, when, where, how. Our approach is our how. A risk assessment across 4 main functional areas: sport, technology, VNI, and event management. But that doesn't mean we're only testing 4 functional areas. But those 4 are leading the way on event testing. We'll ensure that these 4 are the most practiced come games time, but we'll test we'll test transportation, we'll test food and beverage, we'll test accreditation, we'll test all of these other key functional areas, but we'll test sport, technology, VNI, and event management more so than the others, if you will. Or scope. Event testing includes competitions and other activities. We're doing this in 3 waves. First wave, summer of 2027, so that we can simulate games time, weather, conditions, and the like. So these are outside venues. These are outside venues that depend on weather, certainly conditions, but also for those venues we maybe still have some questions on the efficacy of. Certainly those where we have courses that we need to test, so that we will have time to make adjustments if indeed we need to. We will test those in the summer of 2027. Wave 2, winter of 27 and into the start of 2028. Those are for those venues that are indoors generally. It doesn't necessarily matter what's happening outdoors. And those are venues we can get into easily to start testing. And then certainly wave 3 are just-in-time testing. We're in those venues in our exclusive use periods. We have built those fields of play, and we will test right there, right then. This is where we'll get many more of the functional areas involved, certainly, as well. And then finally, who's owning these test events? Naturally, it is our responsibility as the OCOG, but we'll have some help. We'll have some fully owned testing events, but we'll also have some that are co-owned or delivered maybe by USNGBs, or maybe by some of you in the IF world, or by our Pro League event delivery partners. And then there are some third-party events. Certainly, it would be foolish of us not to take advantage of existing events. So with that, I will turn over to Nico.
Thank you, Sheena. Hi, let's try this again, okay? I like the challenge that we're always presenting after lunch break. It's a good challenge. It brings the energy a little bit down, but we're gonna try our best. Maybe at the forum, we try one morning session for LA 28. But no, good to see you all again. It was a really good session yesterday. Thanks so much. We start with, once again, who we are. You know us already, but we can't stress this enough that the team is growing. And I know that we were presenting this slide over the last couple of years, and there were like 5 boxes, 6 boxes, and with the constant feedback about, when are you onboarding your sport managers? And we have a very positive update that we provided yesterday, and we reiterate today. Here you have the 4 main streams of work under the sport team. You have Molly with sport planning and operations, so everything that is centralized project is with Molly's team, and you have worked with some of our rock stars, Matt on the comm schedule, Frank on the sport equipment, and so on. You have Jack, who has one of the biggest jobs in the entire organization as head of competition management of the largest sport program ever. And you have a new entry as a full-time employee. She has been around with us as a consultant over the last year, but Christy Nicolai, who many of you know and have worked already in Rio 2016 as head of sport presentation victory ceremony, will be under sport presentation and fully integrated with our sport team. In addition to that, we have our doping control team, at the moment team of 1, but it's growing as well with Ryan. The special box there under Jack is that we have more than 40 now sport managers, between sport managers and subject matter experts. So
As you know, some of your sport managers are covering also other Paralympic sport or Olympic sport, but the key point here is that we have full coverage of expertise across all sports in the program now. The point that Sheena mentioned about the integration between the sport team and the event management team is a key one. It's a bit of a transition from the past, right? Where, yes, at some point closer to games time, the two teams came together. But here we're talking about, more than 2 years to go, and the event management team and the sport team are sitting together in their different clusters. We have 11 clusters. That's how we broken down the venue master plan and the sport program. And the key point here is that instead of having 6 or 7 event management group folks and 3 or 4 sport group managers, we join forces. We have these 11 hybrid roles. They're not purely EVM, they're not purely sport. And the sport managers, your sport managers, are reporting directly to these EVM sport venue cluster lead. Of course, Jack and I are fully involved. You always have the dotted line of the 40 sport manager to Jack. But at the same time, and we can't stress this enough, the job description of your sport manager has changed. They will always prioritize sport, but their scope is beyond sport as well. So we are inviting the sport managers to have a say outside the field of play, outside the changing rooms. And for event management is a shift of mindset. They gotta care about sport as well. We have our first event general manager and sport manager in a dual role in golf. It's not going to be the only one. We have sailing coming up and other sports. Some of your sport manager might become a dual role. We're going to work this out with you in very close partnership with you. As Pierre said, we don't believe that IFs have ever had such a strong voice across the whole venue. So this is a unique opportunity that we're gonna test with LA28, but yeah, we're a big believer of this model. That's your takeaway message with the integration, with the full coverage across all sports, so sport manager and subject matter experts. And when it comes to the next wave, now we're hiring the next level down after the sport managers, so the tech ops, the service managers, service associates, as well as increasing the size of Molly's team in central planning. So we're going to start as early as end of the summer with the first recruiting of tech ops. Another update, so ticketing update. We had a long discussion yesterday. It was a very constructive one. This is a little bit of an overview of Drop 1, right? It was beginning of April. We went out on ticket sales earlier than ever to increase the chances here to sell out all your venues and creating this very unique environment for the athletes. And we're very happy to say that it's we sold 4 million tickets across the 85 countries, as well as all 50 states in US. 95% of all tickets in this drop, there will be more, under the $100 were sold during the local pre-sales. Almost 500,000 when it comes to the $28 ticket. The next drop is coming up in August 26, and we had this discussion yesterday. Make sure that you put forward your request for ticketing and hospitality. The deadline is coming up with 18th of July. Look ahead. So over the last 4 years together has been quite a journey, but we finalized together with the IOC and all of you, the sport program, the discipline program, the events, the comm schedule. Now we're down to service level, and rightly so. This is the time to discuss that. I think we're going to have quite a meaningful discussion on service level next week with the COCOM. The focus is very much on transportation as well as F&B, food and beverage, and accommodation. That will translate into policies and procedures that we are going to share with ASOIF and the IFs through ASOIF and the IOC. around the IF travel and per diem, uniform, and once again, food and beverage. The volunteer portal is going to open in summer this year, more than 60,000 volunteers. Out of the 60,000, 1 out of 3, 20,000 are allocated to sport. It's not a competition, but it's a really big allocation. And yeah, so a lot of work that we're doing with you and your national federation in US, the NGBs, when it comes to identify the national technical officials and these skilled volunteers. I remember yesterday we said, like, be careful with taking photos. You can take a photo of this. It's a good summary of what's coming up in 2 days. So it's kind of like a last warning. The portal for accommodation management system closes. Then once again, in summer, we start with the volunteers. I can't stress this enough, the request portal for ticketing and hospitality coming in July. We have the IF pictograms, which has been an interesting saga with many of you. Needs to be finalized in Q3. We had the venue design book 3.1, which is a key for many of you. And then once again, we're going to meet together once again at the IF Forum in a morning session in October, where we're going to present our sport presentation strategy. So that was the summary of yesterday's session. Just can't thank you enough. I thought yesterday's session was very productive. I really believe so. And yet, like Pierre mentioned it, he witnessed firsthand when he was in LA. We're fighting for you guys every day. And to be fair, we're not alone. We have a strong endorsement. The whole organization places sport at the heart. You have the best representative with Shayna at the senior leadership level. Those that know me, they know them. I'm a dog with a bone. I'm not gonna let you guys down. You have an amazing team with Jack and Molly. You have more than 30 Olympians spread all over the organization. We are officially infiltrated in the event management team. And yeah, so we're earning your trust every day. We're going to continue to do so, and we look forward to the next 2 years together.
Thank you very much, Shayna and Nico and the team. Well done. Well, good presentation yesterday. Good presentation today. I don't think there are many questions, but maybe was Andreas who suggested maybe just explain exactly for the change in the policy of the ticketing for the international federations, what we need exactly to do. Can you just reiterate that, because the deadline for that is the 18th of July, and that's an important date. So we need to send our applications because probably many federations already applied for tickets. So now they can reapply by shifting from one category to another.
We're going to send an update, a circular to all IFs with all the instruction reiterating what was presented yesterday and the next steps. Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Good. Perfect. So thank you very much. No further questions from our side. We wish you safe travels back to Los Angeles for your, what is it, top tabletop, whatever. And we will look forward to see you next week with the Coordination Commission. And again, to the international federations here present, if you have some further questions that you want us to raise with LA during the COCOM, please send them to us. Not after the COCOM, but before the COCOM, which starts next week, Tuesday. Yeah. So please, before the end of the week, send us your comments, because then we will be traveling.
And Jack, Molly, and myself, we're still around for the next 48 hours. We don't sleep, we don't eat. If you want to meet with us, please do. These bilateral also that we had around the GA they were extremely helpful. So let's use the time together also tomorrow. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And the next time we will try to put you in the morning so you get much more questions, much more difficult questions. Okay. Thank you. Then I have now and good luck. Keep up the good work. And then I'm happy now to welcome the team from Brisbane. Welcome, Kit and Brendan. What we learned from the IOC Fit for Future is that the sports program will be finished for Brisbane, of course. The Olympic sports program will be finalized late this year or beginning next year. So that's good news. And the disciplines will be included in that so that you and we know what we are expected to deliver at the games in Brisbane. So thank you, and please, Kit and Brendan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ingmar, and I think we're actually the last on the agenda if I track the agenda well, so we'll try and be very brief, but hopefully very clear as well. It's a great opportunity for us to be back here. Thank you so much, Ingmar, and the ASOIF Council members, the IF Presidents and Secretaries General, our dear friends, and of course the other OCOGs as well, and Pierre and the IOC Sports Department. Thank you all for the great partnership and the opportunity to give you this brief update. It's great to be back, and maybe with a slightly stronger Australian accent this time around. Brendan and myself will give you a quick update. You know Brendan well, as Pierre mentioned, employee number 1, and has been on the whole journey from the original conception and vision of a Games in Brisbane right through to now being our sport director and your sport director as we take this journey together. We won't go through all the stats. I think maybe just 2 on the screen that we want to constantly remind you. Our games start on the 23rd of July. That means we're not just over 6 years away from delivering, which sounds a long time, but as you'll see, we're staying busy. But in terms of the calendar, that's roughly the same as Tokyo and about 1 week later than LA. So that gives us about an additional week distance from some of those key events that are already in the calendar that are a little bit closer to LA. As you highlighted last year, Ingmar, it's a winter games, but winter in Queensland, let's say, is fairly mild. Usually, as you can see on the screen, the average temperature in the afternoons is 23 degrees Celsius, which is a great temperature for outdoor sport. We'll be avoiding most of the heat mitigation and heat pauses in the afternoon that we've faced over recent games. But the other element is the sun does set early. It's winter, so the sun sets, as you can see, around 5:15 p.m. This can also be an opportunity, as many of you has pointed out, that we can then bring in light effects and sport presentation elements and other things in a number of those venues as well. Since the last update, we have stayed busy. As I said, we've moved to a period of being just over 6 years out from the Games. We've done some of the less sexy stuff, but so important at this stage of our journey. We've got our strategy in place to give us a very clear North Star about what we want to achieve on this journey with you. We've also got a very strong games plan in place, and that's the integration of what Pierre was highlighting around all of the master plan elements from our side, from the IOC side, from the government side as well, and integrating that into a single integrated master plan, but also really importantly being clear about who's doing what related to each of those master plan elements and how they fit together. We've got about 70 staff on board, and Brendan will bring to life the 6 of us in the athlete and sport division. We've got a very active governance structure now, a very mature one that's already in place. We've reshaped our board since we were here last time. We've launched our 5 advisory groups, and we'll touch on the athlete and sport one. And we have very now strong governance structures in place, both internally within us as an organising committee, and equally shared between us, the federal government, and the Queensland government as well. Our engagement from our side anyway has been very much focused on you as the international federations, but we've also done a huge amount of community engagement. We don't need to fight for awareness of the Games in Australia, but what we do want to do is turn that awareness into a really proactive and positive engagement so as many people as possible can really feel it and touch it. And Brendan will bring to life our vision, which is a key part of that. But you can see the numbers in terms of the community engagement. We're out there every single day through ourselves and our partners, including the Australian Olympic Committee and Paralympics Australia. So far, we've touched over 3,700 school kids around the country. We've been to over 450 schools, and through the procurement process, we've engaged with over 7,000 businesses in terms of the opportunities we will bring to Australia, Oceania, and the world. A number of milestones since we were last here. We've launched our Games Vision that Brendan will bring to life. We've launched our procurement portal, which we will provide to you in more detail because it does give opportunities to your own suppliers, be they sport-specific or other partners you have, and how they can engage in our games. A very important step in appointing our first commercial partner, which has sent a very strong message that not only are we open for business on the commercial front, but that first partner was Australia's largest company, CommBank. It's the largest company in Australia. Its CEO is consistently rated as the most influential businessman in the country. So having that partner as our first partner and our founding partner sent a very strong message about the support for our games domestically. In terms of the focus ahead, we're progressing our delivery plan, and Brendan will touch on that. We're progressing the sport program. Good to hear all of the work done, and I'll touch on it by the end of this year, which we hope is the one of the two options chosen in terms of timing. In terms of emblems, following ASOIF and the new brand that you've put in place, we're also looking to launch our own emblem over the coming months, and that's a really important step, as you were describing yesterday, in terms of what it means visually as an identity for us as an organisation, and we will have other commercial announcements to come. But in terms of the vision, I'll pass over to Brendan to bring that to life and explain the importance of it to us.
Thank you, Kit, and let me pass on my thanks to Ingmar, James and the Council for the opportunity to update you all today. But before I dive into the vision, I do just want to make a point, and I speak on behalf of our CEO, Cindy Hook, and our President, Andrew Liveris, to say how grateful we are to have Kit as a part of our Brisbane 2032 team. I think you all know Kit and his experience and his relationships that he's built over the many years working in the Olympic movement really are second to none. And I think knowing Kit, you know that he operates with great integrity, he's communicative, he's very collaborative. So I think having those traits embedded in a key senior leadership role within our organising committee sends such a strong message about how much sport matters to delivery of Brisbane 2032. So mate, good to have you on board, and on behalf of the entire organisation, I think we're excited to share the next 6 years with you. I've sucked up to my boss now, so I can move on with the presentation. I wrote that. Yeah, Kit wrote that. So our games vision, and I'll play a video in a few moments, but last year, in December last year, we were really excited to announce our games vision. Believe, belong, become Brisbane 2032. And to get to that point, we conducted one of the most extensive stakeholder consultation process we have so far on our journey in Brisbane 2032. We engaged over 6,000 international and domestic participants in online surveys and in face-to-face consultation sessions. We engaged directly 37 different stakeholder groups, and one of those was a dedicated international federation engagement session. And thank you, Ingmar, for your leadership and joining for that session. And I think in total it was about 100 hours of face-to-face engagement to get us to this point, which, as I said, you can see there, we believe in the power of sport in our Australian spirit. Belong, everyone is welcome at our games, very important note. And become, this is our moment and our move. So we are really excited by this, and we're really excited to work with you all to bring this to life over the next 6 years. And it does give us really a North Star and a guiding light to bring our games together. But I might ask if we can just play a quick video on our games vision.
There's something special about Australia. In the air,
the waves,
the skies.
Shaped by 65,000 years of wisdom and the many cultures that make us who we are today.
And the next chapter, it's going to be legendary.
The greatest sporting spectacle on earth.
We're seeing history written.
These images will be replayed time and time again.
Our backyard will play host to the world's greatest sporting event. Because in 2032, the world is coming to Brisbane.
To Queensland.
To Australia. And we'll be ready. We'll welcome the world with a cheeky grin.
You did it! Simply the best. The power of sport will unite us, and the Australian spirit will define us.
She does it! She goes over! Tears of relief, tears of joy.
Grit.
You just couldn't script this.
Heart.
That's what it means to become an Olympic champion.
Mateship.
It's rare gold! Yes! Well done, boys!
And that have-a-go attitude that makes the impossible
possible.
I'm an Australian and I don't give up.
Just when the Matildas needed her.
At our games, everyone is welcome. You belong. On a playing field that's fair and fun.
We'll harness the magic of the games to become stronger than before.
This is our time.
Look at her face. She's channeling it.
Tears of absolute delight.
Our moments to believe.
Belong.
Become.
Paralympic record for Madison De Rosario.
Johnson has become the first Australian to break the chain.
Unbridled joy from Ellie Cole.
Goal to Australia!
Just amazing.
Brisbane 2032.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
We look forward to welcoming. We don't have an ASOIF visit policy in place just yet, but when we do, we look forward to welcoming you out and sharing all of that with you over the years ahead. I just want to touch on the 2032 delivery plan now, which in March last year, as many of you know, the Queensland Government announced the delivery plan. And I think the delivery plan was a clear commitment about the need for long-term sporting infrastructure in our state to meet the growing demand for sport. And the delivery plan itself highlighted, you can see there, 17 new and upgraded venues to meet that demand for sport and sporting infrastructure in a sporting mad country, which will also, of course, enable the delivery of a great games for us in 2032. Among these, and you can see here, are a new Brisbane stadium, a 63,000 seat Brisbane Stadium, which will be the long-term home for cricket and Australian rules football in Brisbane, and will be our athletics and ceremonies venue for the Games. We also have a new National Aquatic Centre right next to the stadium, which is a much-needed home for Australian high-performance swimming, which has accounted for 40% of all Australian medals in the last 3 editions of the Games. And really importantly, 2 new indoor sports centres in cities of Logan and Moreton Bay, just outside of Brisbane, which meet the growing demand for indoor sporting space. We're lucky to have a lot of outdoor space in Brisbane and in Australia, but to meet the demand for indoor space. These venues will be funded by a commitment of $7 billion Australian dollars by our federal and state governments. That's the largest investment in sporting infrastructure in Australia's history. It builds on the commitments we made in our candidature to meet that long demand for sporting infrastructure, to meet the growing nature of our region. But it also provides an incredible platform for you as international federations in the decades after 32 to use those facilities to host world-class events. Tactically, through enabling legislation, you can see there the Games Independent Infrastructure and Coordination Authority, or GICA, as you'll hear it referred, has been charged with leading the planning and delivery of these venues. GICA will ensure first and foremost that the venues are built for legacy, but of course that they can then be used with the Games in mind. The GICA's venue development process includes, and you may have heard this, these PVRs, these project validation reports. Effectively, the PVRs are a process that look at legacy requirements, at Games requirements and cost, and are effectively tools to unlock that $7 billion funding envelope. Let me reassure you that GICA are fully aware and engaged in the role that international federations play in the design and delivery of these venues. And only over the last 2 to 3 months, we've had introductory discussions with World Athletics, with FEI and GICA, as these PVRs now start to commence over the months ahead. So we look forward to keeping you all updated on this important piece of our Games planning and delivery. And I might hand back to Kit.
Thank you, BK. And look, very deliberately, you would have seen the athletes fronting our vision, and the athletes remain at the very heart of what we're doing at Brisbane 2032. We've got in place our Athletes Commission, called our Athlete and Sport Advisory Group, a collection of athletes, both recent and those that have competed at home games in Sydney 2000 as well, because of the unique nature of that for the athletes. They cover 28 Olympic and Paralympic games, 45 medals, 20 of those medals being gold, and it really is that blend of recent and athletes who have competed at home, as I say. Equally, we have on there the 2 CEOs of the Australian Olympic Committee and Paralympics Australia, because they are the ones supporting the athletes every day outside of games planning, and equally the ones planning the support and the high performance environment of their athletes at the games. This group meets regularly every 2 months, so it's very active, and the next focus will obviously be around the athlete experience and all of the recommendations coming out of recent games and putting those in the context of our games. With the athletes and sport being at the heart of what we do, we've kept our organisational chart very simple. We have a sport and athletes division that is focused on you, your sport, your athletes, and that reports directly to the CEO. We try to keep it very focused in that regard, and as Brendan will note, that then includes all of the elements related to National Olympic Committees and NPCs as well, the athletes themselves and all of the athlete support and protection elements like the medical and anti-doping areas, and obviously very closely integrated with the venues team. We sit next to each other in the office and have a particular focus of integration around the Olympic village planning as well. And BK will bring to life, I think, our small but growing team in that regard.
Thanks, mate. You can see here, as we said, our 6-person small but growing team, and I'll give you a little overview of each of them. But as Kit touched on, sport and athlete division responsible for those core elements of the sport functions, sport competition, IF and NF relations, sport planning and sport pres. Athlete engagement, really key to us, and as we start to really define what the athlete experience is for Brisbane 2032, ensuring we have a dedicated stream within the sport and athlete division is important. NOC and NPC services and relations, doping control and medical. So naturally touch points that all intersect and makes a lot of sense to sit under Kit's leadership. I think from our perspective, we are a small team and we will continue to be relatively cautious or measured in how we build the team over the years, particularly in the lead into 2028. But we've got a great mix of skill sets, obviously led by Kit, but a great mix of international, national federation experience. We've got representatives who've worked with the International Cricket Council, delivering T20 World Cups in the Caribbean and North America. We have Jens Lang, a sport program manager, also the head coach of the Australian table tennis team and team manager at 3 editions of the Games. In the middle there, we have Kirsten Fisher-Masters, an Olympian for the Cook Islands at Tokyo 2020 as our sports analyst, and always great to have an Olympian's voice every day in the office. And then we have Christy, who looks after Kit, and she's worked for our Bureau of Meteorology. So in a volatile weather environment that is Australia, with rains and weather events, she can handle and look after Kit, I think, with that experience. But future hires you can see there between now and 2028, and it's really key ones for us. A role in athlete engagement to coordinate, as I said, the athlete experience and the definition of that. NOC and NPC relations leading into LA. Sports managers, and we're very keen to work with you all on that in key roles leading into 2028, and exactly what that looks like we will define with you collectively over the years ahead. And then also look to onboard a chief medical officer in some capacity leading into 28. So as Kit said, a dedicated sport and athlete division right in the centre, reporting into the CEO, advocating for you and for the athlete at every turn. I'll just run through quickly our current priorities and then hand back to Kit. And you can see here, I won't necessarily read them verbatim, but working really closely with Pierre and the IOC sport team on the Fit for the Future process. We are positioned as the first Summer Games to implement the outcomes of the process and want to be true partners on that journey with Pierre and the team. We're progressing our own internal analysis of potential OCOG proposed sports, and we're doing that in a really measured way, obviously in close alignment to that deliverable on top. We touched on the PVR process and are now really starting to get in the detail with many IFs on that venue design and delivery process with GECA. We're maximising engagement with IFs through forums just like this, in Milano Cortina and at the IF Forum. Australia is a long way away, and we're very measured in terms of our budgetary approach, but we look to maximise the opportunity to engage with you all in these forums, and we'll continue to do so over the years ahead. Also through our candidature, we committed to our games being games for all of Oceania, and now we've established a dedicated working group with the great leadership of Bakalai Temingal, IOC member and ONOC president, to look at how can we maximise those opportunities and what does that look like to ensure that our games can be games for all of Oceania. As Kit touched on, structured athlete engagement through our Athlete and Sport Advisory Group, and similarly, and it's a word I've used a lot, measured engagement with NOCs and NPCs in the years leading into 2028, and we're grateful for the leadership and support of the IOC team in that facet. So sets the scene for what we're focused on for the months ahead.
And just the last couple of points. Look, I won't go through the detail on the sport program, but from our side, it's great to see the progress that has been made on the assessment criteria and the process between the Olympic Program Working Group and you and Pierre and the team. So we really appreciate that work that has been done to set that clear process and framework, and great to see that evolution away from a program based on sports and events into one based on disciplines and venues, because it is the venues, as we all know, that drive the cost and in some ways the complexity of the games as well. And as we move forward, it's really important that we work together on this. We will be the first games that bring to life the Fit for the Future strategy in regard to the sport program. That's done for LA. It'll be us that shapes that and showcases that to the world. So we're very much working hand in hand with Pierre and the team in terms of how that can be done. And hopefully once that framework and criteria and process is finalised at the IOC session, just a few weeks away, then the IOC can move into the detailed discussions regarding the disciplines on their side. We can continue the review of the additional sport and discipline side as well. In addition to just forming that sport and discipline program, though, what we also want to do is look at the cost and complexity and do that equally hand in hand and equally transparently with the IOC and with all of you. We know the number of venues is a key cost driver, but it's not just the number of venues, it's the cost of the venues. And we know that that remains significantly higher in an Olympic context than in your own events. So we really support the work that Christophe, Pierre and the team are doing in reviewing that in the wider delivery of the Games to see how we can not only shape the number of venues, but really the cost of those venues as well, and look very much to moving forward on that strand of work as well. And then just finally, in terms of our focus on our partnership with you, and Brendan highlighted how important that is to us. We issued our first snapshot or newsletter at the end of last year. You'll be very excited to know there's another one coming very soon, so keep ready for that. We're keeping that very structured engagement around the venues. And there, to be clear, as Brendan said, it's not just a matter of us coming to you asking for approval at the end of a planning process. Be it a new legacy venue, a temporary venue, or the use of an existing venue, we want to reach out to you to get your expertise and your experience in the design elements from the very start. So it's fit not only for an outstanding Olympic competition, but the legacy use as well. We're trying to use all the opportunities. We're a long way away from most of you, as we say. That's why we come to places like Milano when there's a session on here in Lausanne. We'll be back in October. But also, anytime you are down anywhere near us in our part of the world, please don't hesitate to come by. There's nothing like face-to-face contact. We're all used to the online calls, but we'd love for you to visit your national federations and visit us in Brisbane so we can continue those face-to-face opportunities wherever possible. On that, we're using all of the events that many of you are hosting down in Australia. We've had World Championships in the last year in canoe slalom, in beach volleyball, in triathlon. We've got a number of others upcoming over the next year, in softball, rugby, cycling, cricket's coming up as well. So we really want to use those opportunities not only for learning, but contact with you and your teams. And the last point to highlight, I think, on this slide is Oceania. And we've made a very clear and explicit commitment to these games not being only for Queensland, for Australia, but being for the whole region. Because realistically, we are the only part of the region that will host an Olympic Games, so we need to do the right thing with you to maximise the impact for the whole region. We know Oceania is a key strategic area for some of you. We'd like to make it a really key strategy for you ahead of 2029. So when we come out of LA, there's already plans in place, focus in place, potentially budget in place in each of your plans to really use that opportunity that Brisbane brings. So if we haven't had that discussion with you, we'd love to have that discussion with you sooner rather than later. So in closing, President, again, hopefully we've been brief. I know you told us off last year for going over time. This year, hopefully we've kept to it, Ingmar, but hopefully that gives a little update on where we are. And again, really appreciate the opportunity to stay in contact. Because of where we are, it's more often by phone, by video, but we're very open and keen and committed to keeping that ongoing dialogue with all of you to bring to life not only a great Games, but a great impact, and do that in partnership with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kit and Brendan, employee number 1 and number 40, if my memory was correct. You were 44. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for that, and Kit again. we are really very happy that you are on the helm of the sport in this organization, because with all your background of sport and IOC, this is really for us a very good situation, as we have a very good advocate who knows the interests of the international federations, the concerns of the international federations, and I think you are an excellent ambassador to also bring that to a higher level in your organization, the CEO and President Livaris. And I think we can also from our side say, and I think I can speak for all federations here, that we are really there for you to support your team. I must say we were very much impressed when we had the first in-person coordination commission by the size of the team, which was not big, but with the competence and the knowledge of the team, which is great. And also the fact that you really put sport at the center of your organization is very much appreciated. So thank you for that. And if you go over time, that's not too bad, because it's an important topic. I mean, it's a priority for everybody who is here in the room, so I think they forgive you to go over time. So maybe are there any questions or comments that people want to make? I don't see Raul, archery.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Brandon and Kit, for the presentation. Always nice to see the progress and see particularly how the team is growing, right? We have listened in the last few days or weeks a lot about the complexity added by the number of venues to be used. And also we heard today, if I am right, that there will be up to 4 Olympic villages for LA, right? I don't know how much impacts on you the fact that having sports that are so far away from the initial hubs in Brisbane and Gold Coast that will require also from you to have additional villages, and whether this will impact in your final assessment on where to place each of the sports, and how will be the interaction or the engagement with the international federations to find suitable venues that please both Brisbane and the International Federation of Sports. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Raul. Firstly, look, in terms of the venue master plan, I think there have been some changes since the bid, which is not unusual, and I think each of those has been for an individual circumstance. I know a couple have been moved more or less at the request of the International Federation. If we take a case like sailing, it moved from Brisbane to northern Queensland because the weather conditions in Brisbane didn't suit elite competition. So we are finalising those at the moment, very much hand in hand in consultation with the IFs. We need the sport and discipline program to be finalised before we can finalise the venue master plan, which is why it's also really important that we get that step completed as soon as possible. And in regard to the impact on accommodation, we're planning on having almost exactly the same numbers of athletes across Brisbane, Gold Coast and Sunshine Coast, which is the core hub of the Games, as in the candidature. If you remember, in the candidature, rowing, for example, with a large number of athletes along with canoe, was at a remote location. It's staying at a remote location in the current venue master plan. So the overall number of athletes is fairly similar to that. I look at Ingmar, and we worked really hard on looking at the Toowoomba option, which has opened up other opportunities in terms of the facilities there, the legacy there, the international connectivity there. So I think in each case, we're finding the best possible solutions. We're speaking to you personally. I think we've got an hour on Friday to talk about your individual case, so happy to go into that detail. But then equally on the athlete experience side, that's really important to us, and I think supporting the work that the IOC is doing through its own Athletes Commission to focus on that athlete experience and that balance between the high performance environment and the best possible facilities, but also making that unique Olympic experience, again, knowing 70% of the athletes are there for one Games normally. We really want to find that balance as well. So we'll be very open as we are in all of the current cases, Raul. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Nothing more. I presume that you will be back end of June for the IOC session back in Lausanne.
Not planned, but if you want to send Cindy a note, Ingmar, would be.
So there will be no report on the IOC session?
We may, but it won't be Brendan and myself, I don't think.
No? Okay. Sorry.
No, Pierre's
sorry for the
confirmed we
question. Okay, but we will see you probably at the IF Forum in October.
Absolutely.
Where we then get further updates.
Yep.
And, okay.
Yep.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, it's only 1 month away for the end of June. Okay, so thank you very much for your presentation. Safe trip back home to Brisbane. So we had already the presentations of WARA and ITA, so this brings us to the end of our agenda. We are nice on time. First of all, I would like to ask you if there is any other business that you want to bring to the floor. Jackie, World Athletics, please.
Thank you. We talk about sustainability, and it's a really important part of, obviously, the governance review. Is there a way we could look at, instead of having these packs, which we're all quite lazy, so we love them because we sit there and flick through them all, but we've all got the papers, and I think a lot of federations probably use a board portal like IBABS or something like that, rather than print out, because whilst we use them, we just leave them here, and then they just get recycled, hopefully. But is there a possibility to look at maybe an electronic IBABS or board portal rather than printing things out? The end.
If I can answer that, Jackie, I think it's a very good suggestion, and I'm sure Christine from my team would be very grateful because she spent most of last week printing these out. So, hey, look, we're a membership association. If the members would be happy for us to do that, it would make our life easier. I see some nodding, hands up. So, yeah, this is the last year with hard copy. So next year, fully virtual. Okay, done.
Thank you for the question, and well, regretful. I recycle them myself to use them for other things. But don't expect us to provide you all with an ASOIF branded iPad for next year. Any other questions? No, I don't see any. So then I would like to close the meeting by thanking all of you, thanking the presenters. Thank you for being here. Thank those that were online. Of course, thanking also the board. Not forgetting to thank Lausanne Capital for the reception of yesterday and also for these chocolates that you had found on your table. Thanking also the staff for the great work. It was a little bit rusty start, but in the end we had sound, and in the end we had voting systems, so all good. Thank you very much. Please enjoy the good weather still in Lausanne. You still have quite some time. Safe travels for those that have to travel back home. Thank you for being here, and I would say happy Eid or Eid Mubarak for those who are celebrating that today, because that's the day today. Thank you very much, and enjoy.
Dear delegates, in line with the sustainability we just talked about, may I ask you all to return the badges when you leave the room, please? Thank you. And the council members, please stay. We'll have a group photo.